Oh my god. What do you mean, where's the I'm a Chud song? You're sick? No, I have allergies, and I feel like I have something stuck in my nose. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. All right. Did Nody go out? I don't want to do my little fucking spiel before. I think it's out. Early bird gets the jet. I've seen that message probably a million times. It's out? All right, dub. Hello, everybody. Bloody good. How is everybody doing on this fantastic Sunday, everybody? Chat. It is an early stream day today. We're live at 1, and we are going to be doing a react day. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on the time zone you're in. Maybe it's even nighttime if you're in Europe. Hello. Chat, it's a react day. Real quick, I want to say, no, I did not abruptly end my stream last night. We were mid-game, and my power cut out. And we were at the last 10 minutes of stream anyway, and I was like, I'm not restarting stream. It was literally the last game. I'm about to open the elevator in Airport Security Sucks, and I'm like, yo, Sneak. And then as I say, yo, Sneak, and then my room goes black. I go, ah. I go, ah, fuck. So, I mean, it was at the back end of stream, so I didn't really care. But I knew people would be like, oh, why didn't you come back? But I'm like, bro, am I really going to restart my stream to stream 5 minutes and then end? It's like, I was already going to end, and then we ran one more. And I was like, I'm not going to hop back on. So, yeah, but today, we're doing reacts. We got a lot of videos we're going to be watching. Tomorrow is going to be 007, maybe a Wikipedia speedrun. I still don't know. But likely we're probably going to be running 007 all day tomorrow. We also start our summer stream schedule tomorrow. So I'll be live at 2 on weekdays, from tomorrow through like most of August, instead of like 3:34. So we'll just be live a little bit earlier. But yeah, we're going to run 007 for a bunch tomorrow. Tuesday, ideally, we finish 007, maybe run some Marvel Rivals with Tony Statavci. Wednesday, we're going to be doing Psalm 2 into Fears to Fathom, Scratch Creek with Sneeg. That game alone, Psalm 2 will probably take like an hour, but Fears to Fathom will probably take like 4 or 5. I really have no idea. It might take like 2 hours, but I looked into it and it said the game's like 2.5, 3 hours long. So with yapping and pausing and shit, I assume it'll take probably like 4. Thursday next week, or this week technically, we're doing reacts and then a Burglin Gnomes in Mecha Chameleon with the guys. So we got a lot of collab days coming up. Friday, we're going to be doing reacts, the Try Not to Laugh, and Marvel Rivals new season. Saturday and Sunday, I'm not live. Monday next week, a lot of random games. Next Tuesday, Yugi collab, and then Shift at Midnight drops next Wednesday. We'll be doing the Gross Shot review next week, likely. Next charity stream's probably going to be June 26th, so in like 3 weeks. What else? Just a bunch of other shit dropping. A lot of games coming out. That's basically, like, a lot of this summer is going to be a lot of gaming, and then also, you know, some vlogs and random video ideas we're going to do, but it's going to be a gaming summer, if I'm being honest, which some of you might not like, but I feel like my audience has been slowly shifting towards the gaming end because the majority of my streams actually are gaming streams. So Jinxie's on Elden Ring. Yeah, Jinxie's still on Radon. I was watching him last night at like 11 or like midnight. It was like it was one of his last runs, and he was like, we're probably going to have to beat this tomorrow. He's still on Radon. He's 46 hours in. Dude, I didn't know that he played this previously, and he said he beat the first 3 bosses, and then he got his cousin to play on his controller, like, and then, like, commentated the gameplay. But now he actually has to beat it himself. How do you even fake that on stream, though? I feel like you could do some Ali shit. You know what I mean? Yo, did Nody just go out or something? Because now everybody's spamming Joe. Chat, I already did my intro. I already did my intro. It's chopped. You're here. Exclamation point schedule if you want to know what the schedule is. I'm not rattling that off again. You'll see it in the VOD. I'm like ranting, and then I just start seeing Joe, and I'm like, oh, these are like first chats of the day. Redo the intro. Hello, everybody, blah, blah, blah. We have a lot of gaming this week. I said it's going to be a gaming summer. We got a lot of shit that we're going to be doing this summer specifically. Fucking vlog-wise, content-wise, but it's a lot of games dropping. This week, we're going to try and finish 007. We're doing the Marvel Rivals update. We're playing the new Fears to Fathom. We're moving the Gross Shout review to next week. Next charity stream is going to be the 26th. And we might be doing a Try Not to Laugh this Friday that my mod submitted a bunch of videos for. That's the general encompassing idea of what happened. Oh, also, I woke up late, and I was like, I'll just stream early before I do it. So that's why I'm live like an hour early. I fucking DoorDashed food. My DoorDash lady drank my coffee. First time I've ever had that happen. And no, it just didn't. It wasn't that it didn't show up. It showed up, and it was 1/3 full, and the tape was ripped off the cup. And I went, wow. That is either two things happened. Either she dropped it in her car, and it spilled everywhere, and she still delivered it to me. Or she drank it and then delivered it anyway. In my mind, I'm going, if I drop it and spill it or drink it, I'm not even going to deliver it. Why are you delivering it? You know what I mean? Because then in my mind, if it doesn't show up, I'm going to go, oh, the business didn't make the coffee, right? I'm not going to blame the driver. But when the coffee shows up 1/3 full and the tape's ripped off, I'm going, you drank my coffee. What the fuck? So, yeah, I had to make my own. But, I mean, it was, it's not that big of a deal. It's like a $3 coffee. I let Uber Eats know, though. I went, hey, somebody drank my coffee. They said, we'll look into it. I said, thanks. Anyways, chat. Bro, is Summer Games Fest still happening?
Freak show. And trust me.
I thought Summer's Games Fest was yesterday.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock.
There's a nut. Oh, this is Xbox's.
The thing with simple jobs is they always get complicated.
Oh my god, Concord 2?
Plans change.
No way.
Odds get worse.
Oh my god, please. Concord 2? Holy fuck. Anyways, chat. Hold up. Let me read donos, then I'll give you a rundown of what videos we're watching. Hyper Big Russ. I like Dr. Gavin, Grubby, and Big. Thank you for the sub. Setting Force for the sub. Arrow of the 3. Aiden, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Can you add photos of the back of your merch to the website? I want to see the back of the hoodies. You should be able to see them now. Also, they're probably sold out now. We're not even working on the rest of this drop. That is the back. What are you talking about? That is literally the back of the hoodie. I want to see the back of the hoodies. The first image is the back of the hoodie. I'm literally looking at my own website. You can see the back of the hoodie. Little and Arrow, thank you for the sub. Jay Big and Ren, thank you for the 3. Danny for the 3. Jake is for the sub. Yo, you might be on an off-brand booth website. There's a lot of companies that rip my shit. Recently celebrated my birthday the other day. Happy birthday, Danny. I want to let everybody know that it does get better. Have a blessed day. W message. Tang and Al, thank you for the sub. Jacob Ban. Lil Swoozy for the 5 gifted. Legacy TG Gunner. Mista, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Me officially. Af and Rhett, thank you for the sub. Taco. Harry JRP. Slope Arlo. BB Sir. Lemon Colton. The Burrs. K and Call, thank you for the 3. On the half of the fire department, thanks for the streams. We love to watch your streams when we're bored at the station. Well, I'm glad I'm able to entertain. I hope you're having a good day. Kayla and KNC, thank you for the sub. Crims, thank you for the 3. Dawson for the sub. QD, thank you for the 5. Good luck on my DIY weather station. Good luck. Ted and Plebsy for the sub. Paxton and Mister, thank you for the sub. Jacob, thank you for the 1,050 bits. I've been in dark times for a while. Your content helped me forget what was going on in my life, enjoy life a little bit better. I hope you know that every annoying chatter, there are more people that genuinely appreciate everything you do for your community. Well, thank you for the fucking 1,000 biddies, and thank you for the nice message, man. And I hope that you're all right. I'm sorry you've been dealing with some dark stuff. One Jaden for the subcast, thank you for the 3. I'm not knowledgeable on the NBA. Storm in the K, thank you for the sub. Lady Ben and Rod for the sub. She, Orange, CC, Doink for the sub. SXR, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Dad passed away last November. Rip the chat. And my grandpa passed away earlier February this year. Rip as well. Sorry for your loss, man. Life's been very hard recently. Watching your videos has been a great relief for me. I want to let you know that so many people wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. Well, thank you for the fucking 1,000 bits, and thank you for the nice message. And I'm sorry for the loss of your father and your grandfather. Or your grandmother. My bad. Dawson Dory, thank you for the sub. Cam, Big, Live, Love, Hyper, Ascending, Forza, Totally, and Warm, thank you for the sub. Adora and Hagen for the sub, and thank you for the 6. Whenever I click on the hoodie, it just shows different colors. I mean, I'm seeing it on the website, and it's fine. We don't have many different colors. I think it's only, like, gray and black. So I think you might be on a wrong website. Jane Storm, MR, and Ace, thank you for the sub. Cage, thank you for the sub. Hagen and Adora for the sub. All right, yo, chat. Rundown of the videos we have today. Gabe the Cuck, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. QDMA, thank you for the sub. No idea how Twitch let you name your name that. Jeeper, thank you for the 3. How you doing today? Good. How are you? FG, thank you for the 3. You helped me a lot. I got hit by a car going high speed, so the verge of being paralyzed. 2 small fractures, blood clots in my neck. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, I'm glad you're still here. I hope you're okay. Only reason I haven't killed myself is because you helped me laugh. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. I know it comes off as a compliment, and I do appreciate that, but you need to seriously get help. Right. I'm not saying that in like a shaming or embarrassment way, but when I have chatters come into my stream and they say the only reason they didn't kill themselves is because of me, like, you need to get help. Right. Like genuine help. I'm not saying like watch my videos until you feel better and then move on with your day. Like, it's different if a chatter's saying they were dealing with like suicidal thoughts and like my videos helped them along the way, but you flat out said the only reason you haven't killed yourself is because of me. That's not normal. Right. I'm glad I'm still able to help, and I'm glad that you're still here, right? But I want you to know that that is not a solution to the issue that you're dealing with. You need, like, more long, in-depth help to fix what you're going through versus just, like, spam watching my videos, you know? Like, I think my thing could be a side something, but you need a main problem-solving initiative outside of that. Does that make sense? I wish you the best, man. And thank you for the 3. I'm not trying to be rude by any means when I say that, and I'm not upset that you said that. I just need you to know, like, you need to get help outside of just watching my videos. Jacob Owen, QDMA, thank you for the 5 gifted. Bio over the 3. What do you think about the last Ronin announcement? I saw the trailer, but I have no idea what it's about. One Jaden, thank you for the sub. QDMA for the 5 gifted. Bait and Green for the sub. Minecraft for the 3. Ben for the 1,000, but he's made my whole week. Big thank you for the sub. All right. Chat. Lock it in. Big thank you for the sub. Please don't send bets right now. CR, thank you for the sub, chat. We got to run into these videos. See, here's the lineup. Interesting lineup for the day. Interesting lineup for the day. B for the 3. Got good news. Accomplishing my dreams of being a welder. Finally moving to my home state of New York to go to Virginia and starting a new life with my brother for a short while until I'm on my feet. Well, good luck with it. And congrats on, you know, fucking pursuing your dreams. View, thank you for the 3. No, we're not restocking. JB, thank you for the 3. During freshman, a little bit of salparier, I was having bad thoughts about taking my life, got therapy, and your videos also helped a ton. Well, I'm glad I was able to help, and I hope that you're doing better now. Black, thank you for the sub. CN for the sub. Kurt, thank you for the 4. Whoa. Thanks for the 4, buddy. Now you're banned in chat. Weird chatter. What'd he say? He was asking about my penis size. So, 1, thank you for the sub. Anyways. McChunky, you are instilling bad values in chat when you say answer question mark. McChunky, if you were a chatter, you would be banned, you stupid fuck. I love you, McChunky, but come on, brother. Come on, brother. You're a mod. Let's lock it in. Eternal for the 5 gifteds. Evil for the tier 2. Guardy and some for the sub. CN for the sub. And McChunky, hey, man. Hey, man, before we even start this stream, bud, no Roblox private server links in the chat, okay? No Roblox private server links. Let's just start that as a blanketed rule, okay? McChunky, let's not. When's Ink Games with chat? We're not playing Ink Games with chat today. And you're not playing Ink Games with chat either, okay? See, that's what we gotta, that's the problem here. It's not the problem of am I playing ink games with chat. It's every day you're trying to play ink games with chat. You're fun police. I'm not the fun police. He makes the pinned chat his private server link all day. You're rude. Do you know that? I'm not rude. I'll be in the middle of something and then I'll see you fucking type. It'll be a fake. It'll say stream schedule because you type it out so I don't fucking notice it. But the link isn't my stream schedule. It's the fucking Roblox link. Sam for the 3. Are you going to play the Wolverine game? Yeah. When that drops. Low, Eternal, PG, Mech, Easy, and Mesh, thank you for the sub. Low, Rusty, Addison, High, Some, Guardy, and Eternal, thank you for the 5 gifted. Chat, run down to the videos. Starting out, breaking down my $306,500 salary in San Francisco. The horrors of World War II trench raiders. We were going to watch this on Friday. Didn't have time. New Jersey's Unhinged. SCP Black Veridian. This is a short horror film about, you know, like SCP. It's like that whole area of like weird anomalies and stuff. And then chats, we're ending stream on this. I know it's spoilers. I know a lot of people haven't seen it still, but I am dying to talk about it. And I waited a week. I gave people more time. So we're tacking it on at the end of stream in case you haven't seen it, because then you can fucking leave. We're watching a video about Obsession and I'm going to rant about Obsession. So that'll be at the end of stream though. So I'm not doing it in the middle so you feel left out. It'll be like the last video we watch. So if you don't want to see it, you don't want spoilers, I'll make the title Obsession spoilers, blah, blah, blah. And then you just don't have to tap in if you don't want to see it. TR Gaga or Kaja, Mecca and Easy for the sub. But yeah, that's the rundown. I still haven't seen Backrooms. I still need to see Backrooms. Jack and Cage, Kaga, thank you for the sub. Oh my gosh. All right, are we ready? Wait, what did that say? Where the fuck can I watch Obsession? I'm freaking the hell out. I'm pretty sure there's not many pirated versions of it. You gotta go to a movie theater. I don't think it's out anywhere else, right? You may be able to buy it now, but I don't think so. Bro said Onion Play. What the fuck is Onion Play? Y'all be using those fucking streaming pirated websites where it's a dude that's like recording it on his fucking 3DS in like 140p and there's just like porn ads of people actively having sex in the corner. So you're like trying to zone in. You're trying to lock into Obsession and then it's just like hot MILFs 0.3 miles away. Some shit like that right next to you. Dude, I remember there was a UFC fight I watched way back at my friend's house. He was like, dude, I'll just pirate it. It's the middle of the fight. The stream buffers, and then a huge just dick just shows up on screen. It's just all porn and gambling ads. Oh my God. He's like, all right, we're going to have to refresh. We might have to use a different website. I'm like, okay. Javen and Jaden, thank you for the sub. Juliana, Minecraft, Jumi, Dragon at 6 for the sub. Joe, thank you for the 5. Ollie and Dale for the sub. Kaga and Jack, thank you for the sub. Yo, lock in though. Chat, first video of the day. Breaking down my $306,500 salary in San Francisco. Now, I don't know if this is an out of touch video because there's been a recent trend on social media, if you haven't seen, where there is a growing number of people that think the number specifically of $300,000 a year is broke. Like, there are people that think that if you have $300,000 a year, you're living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know if Raymond is one of these people, but it'll still be an interesting video anyway. But there was a woman recently we watched. I don't know if she lived, it was like New York or Chicago. She lived in some big city, like New York, Boston, San Fran, somewhere like that. And she was like, I'm barely breaking even. I have no money. I'm like, dude, because you live in you own a floor on a fucking skyrise. Like, what? You're renting for fucking $12K a month. No shit, you're broke. Why are you doing that?
I'm Raymond Zhang. I work as a software engineer making $306,500 and I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm going to be sharing all of my finances.
Do you think he needed to say the 500? I'm like, I feel like he could have rounded up or down there. 361, 360.
Between my bills and my investments.
Stop changing title. What did we change title to? I hate McChunky and we'll crash out on him anyways. It's React Day and I can't eat red meat. Okay. Let's lock in.
Investments. This is cost of living. I'm a software engineer working at Meta.
What? Meta. Oof.
In terms of living.
What is this computer keyboard, bro? You peeping this? Why is it split? Is this normal? I don't think I've ever seen a keyboard like this. Y'all have one like this? It's a split one? Split Fiction? That's a video game. Is that actually the name of it?
I'm a software engineer working at Meta. In terms of my role, I earn $306,500 on average. After taxes and retirement contributions, I am currently taking home about $4,000 a month. I currently...
What?
And retirement contribution is $6,500 on average.
Okay, he gets $185K base salary, $100K in stocks, and then a $30K bonus.
After taxes and retirement contributions, I am currently taking home about $4,000.
Bro, he's putting $7,500 a month into a 401k. Is that not like... I think you should be putting a lot... I mean, that's crazy good for, like, late game. Buddy, you ain't touching that for 30 years. Like, that's the... I think you should put money away for a retirement fund, but I think there's a difference between a retirement fund and base investments. Because it's like, you're throwing like 80K a year into invest it. Well, I mean, a 401k, it's going to be invested, but it's like, you can't pull that out without a penalty. Like, I mean, maybe his business matches. That's the other thing is like, there's business matches for like 401ks and stuff. Like, you offer that to your employees where if they put in like 10K, you match that or you give them a certain percentage. So maybe that's what he's taking advantage of. But I'm like kind of shocked he's putting that much away. Like, I don't think that's bad, but like, holy fuck, dude. He's putting more than half of his paycheck every month into something he won't see for 30 years.
$1,000 a month. I currently do not have any other sources of income.
Do you put a lot away into 401k? No and yes. I used to use a Roth IRA. I think it's a good system in place. I no longer can use a Roth IRA. There's like a wealth amount where you no longer can receive the benefits of it. And I think that's a good thing in place to help people that are able to grow income-wise differently or in a more fair sense. So I put a lot of my money into a 401k, yeah, but also just like base investments. Like, it's not... it's different, though. It's like, it depends on the person. The thing is, he works for a company that might be matching it. I'm a sole proprietor, right? Like, I am an individual that is also basically a company. I don't get, like, stuff taken out of my paycheck from Twitch or YouTube. Chat, can we put mods? Can we please stop? Like, I'm really trying to have... Like, I know there's some trolls. I'm not trying to be the fun police. It's like mid-rant, and then every time just people start spamming damn W title, it's just like, it contributes to the chat just being shitty. Anyways, what the fuck was I saying? See what I mean? I need to lock in, bro. What was I saying? What was I saying? What was I just talking about? My weed, you can't do this. I have weed brain. If I lose when I know I was talking about 401k. What was I talking about? Okay, I can't use a Roth IRA, blah, 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 401k, yeah. Oh, I don't get money. So how Twitch and YouTube income works is different from like, I'm signing W-9s, I'm not signing W-4s. This is going to make zero sense to the people that don't have a job in chat, which is many of you. But a lot of you will know what I'm saying. When you work at a 9-to-5, you're probably signing a W-4. You work for a company. Right? And you have a 9-to-5, you get a paycheck, and of your paycheck, it's itemized that certain amounts of your paycheck get taken out for like pension, 401k, and other benefits on your behalf, right? Before you even see it. So I don't know if that's what's happening with him. It might be because he works for a company. That doesn't happen for me. If I get paid 20k, I'm getting 20k flat, right? And then I have to do the I have to do the taxes. I have to invest in myself. I have to do the retirement stuff myself. Whatever mod is doing it, I'm gonna unmod you for the day. I'm actually serious. Like, please. I'm not, like, actually, please. Like, no more. Like, no more. Like, I know it's 3 times, bro. It's 3 times in, like, 4 minutes. It's just like, I'm mid-rant, and then people just start spamming W title. It's annoying. Oh, my God.
Retirement contributions, I am currently taking home about $4,000 a month.
Someone's a bit annoyed. I'm not annoyed. Like, I know they think it's funny. I'm saying, like, I'm mid-rant, and then nobody's paying attention to what I'm saying because you're all looking at how the fucking title says, I have Alpha Gal and I'm a stupid Chungus. Right? Like...
Currently do not have any other sources of income.
U.S. average salary compare... Oh, for software engineer. I was going to say U.S. average income is not fucking 191,000. All jobs... Oh, the all job... What? That can't be right. The U.S. average income is not $61,000 a year. Is that okay? Is that taking out people that are just like unemployed? Wait, let me look that up. What is the average U.S. income? When I did a paper, it said I remember when I did a paper my sophomore year in college, which would have been 2022, 23. It said that the average income for an American was like 51,000, but you have to look at median because median's middle. It says the national wage is $62,000. That can't be right. Has it gone up that much? The average the reason you can't look at the average is because the average gets skewed by like really rich people. Because if you have Elon Musk in the same category as like 5 million minimum wage workers, their average income is still high as fuck because he just offsets the piss out of everyone, right? So you have to look at median because then you're basically going person to person, rich, poor, rich, poor, rich, poor, rich, poor, rich, poor. What does the middle guy make? And that is what the average person in America should be seen as. Like, there's an equal number of people making more or less than, like, I could see that being 61K. I'm surprised it's that high.
I work anywhere between 40 to 50 hours a week on average. In terms of my day-to-day, it can be really anything. My role is
Bro has there's no keys. It's just, well, how does he know what button he's pressing? Where's the fucking, he doesn't need to look? Yeah, but what happened? What? He doesn't need, but still, like, why are they're just making blank keys? Why?
Anything. My role is fairly dynamic, so I could be doing anything from software engineering and actual coding to some of the more sort of project management or product management stuff, as well as some data science sort of analysis. Prior to joining my current company, I had spent 2 years living in Dallas, and I moved here about 7 or 8 months ago, back in July of 2025. In terms of base rent, I am paying $2,600 a month. Amenity fees are included.
That's not, oh, it's a 1 bed, 1 bath. I was gonna say that's not that bad for San Francisco. You're living in a pretty expensive, he's a software engineer living in like Center City, San Fran. That's not that bad. Mods.
Included in the base rent. Utilities will cost anywhere between
3K average is insane. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's well below. Like, San Francisco is just an expensive fucking city. It's like, dude, you're not gonna find somewhere that's like $1,000 a month in fucking LA or San Fran or San Diego. Like, and maybe if you're on the outskirts somehow, but you're gonna be living in like a shitter apartment where you're sharing it with other people.
$150 to $170 a month. My electricity bill here is about.
Yeah, we're going sub only. Sorry. Just for a bit, because I think it's a mixture of things. McChunky, please stop. I'm actually, McChunky, this is like the 5th time I've asked in the last like 5 minutes. No, I'm just being serious, man. Please.
50% higher than it was in Dallas, from about $20 to $30 per month to about $50 a month. I feel like
Like, I get it doing it like once a day, but when it's been, we're 30 minutes into stream and you've done it 7 times, it's like not funny.
I am getting good value.
Oh my gosh. Nutella, thank you for the 3. Think the mods wouldn't be so toxic if you just paid them. They and the land for the sub. You are feeding into this fucking brain rot, bro. Stop. Oh my god. See, you're just making it worse. You're just making it. No, you're making it worse. You're making it worse. Ew, Solo, Nick, Logan, Zayla, and Saving for the sub. D3 for the sub. Jacob for the 3. Parker for the sub. Nerdy and Lil, thank you for the sub. Anakin for the 5. IGN for the sub. Alt, thank you for the 3. Vex and Fortnite for the sub. YRG, Fat, GK, and Javen, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Jacob, thank you for the 3. Love what you do, helping a lot of people, including me. Thank you. Parker for the sub. Lance, thank you for the sub. Nutella, thank you for the 3. Anakin, thank you for the 3. You get me through a lot of challenging things I've done. Police Academy, that shit was grueling. Well, congrats on getting through that shit, bro. Bro, just for the sub. The Doe, Ivan, and Io for the sub. Lock in.
A lot of the comparable areas that are closer to my work could run anywhere between 3,500 to 30.
They're modding for free? Bro, what do you think I'm paying McChunky to annoy me for fucking 3 hours a day? You think I'm paying him? You think I'm paying McChunky fucking $20 an hour so he can fucking spam Roblox links in chat and ban 5 people? Like, I just don't.
$700
Lock in.
per month to about $50 a month. I feel like I am getting good value. A lot of the comparable areas.
Highvice does that. Highvice runs his Jinxie's stream. Highvice has any desk. Highvice sets up the tournaments. Oh, runs his Discord. Runs everything. Highvice is Brady. Highvice is Brady, but more.
Areas that are
Lock in, bro. Oh my god, we are a minute into this video, bro. I'm done pausing. I'm done pausing. Can we please stop? Bro, it's either for the sub. Don't Justin Foot, thank you for the 3. Why is McChunky a wad? He's so much worse than your other mods. Because he's funny sometimes. He just gets really annoying. And he is a good mod, though. Like, see, that's the thing. It's like, bro, he's like, I don't know. He's like the in-between between, like, fucking Darth Vader and, like, a good Jedi. Like, sometimes he's bad, but, like, he gets the shit done, you know?
higher than it was in
Yeah, he's like an anti-hero. He's like Deadpool.
Dallas from about 20 to...
Lock in! LMH, thank you for the 3. I fuck with this girl. I think she wants something more, and I don't. I don't really know what to tell you, man. I'm sorry. Good luck with that, though.
Electricity bill
Lock in.
here is about anywhere between $150 to $170 a month.
All right, his utils are 150, 175.
My electricity bill here is about 50% higher than it was in Dallas, from about $20 to $30 per month to about $50 a month. I feel like I am getting good value. A lot of the comparable areas that are closer to my work could run anywhere between $3,500 to $3,700 per month, and I'm getting everything that I wanted out of this apartment. I live a little bit further away from either the major cities of San Francisco or San Jose or Oakland, but still within commutable distance.
Bro, I genuinely think this loop of having had visited San Fran like a few months ago, this is the craziest conglomerate of cities that I've ever seen. 3 major cities with huge major sports teams involved with them, all different vibes in general, and they're all like 20 minutes away from each other and surrounding the same specific like body of water. Like if you ever go to San Fran, you could hit 3 major cities in one day.
Of all 3.
All their sports teams suck ass, fair, but
Even though
they're still, hey, still major sports teams.
I had access to a relocation expert, I decided to do a lot of the research on my own, taking a look at all the things that I wanted to focus on from a living perspective. And after making the decisions, I decided to sign the lease sight unseen without actually having seen the place in person.
Hey, welcome to my apartment. So this is the main kitchen area.
So how much did he say his rent was? Like 2,200, 2,600. So how much is that per year? Just rent. 26,000 for 10 months. Plus another 5,200. Oh, wow. He's paying 31. He's paying over 31K a year on rent. Okay, no, that's actually dog shit. I know it's San Fran. Bro, he's paying $31,000 a year for a 1-bedroom a year, and he's not even, like, working towards owning it. That's horrible.
It's quite
Like 31K on a 1-bed.
spacious compared to my last apartment. The only complaint that I really have are these The countertops aren't exactly ideal for the amount that I'm paying, but it's all right. In terms of fridge and freezer, I got some meal prep stuff from the night before.
Yo, empty ass fridge. Holy horror game fridge. Oh my god. Pickled jalapenos. Or those pickled radishes. What is that purple shit? Yeah, there's like 6 things in this whole fridge. Oh my god. Bro, what do we eat? What do we... He's got the essentials? Bro, what are the essentials? I'm not seeing any... I'm seeing a Ziploc bag of like day-old pizza and then like 2 other things. Bro, where's like eggs, fruit, fucking anything, bro? Condiments. Where's ketchup?
As well as a
Oh,
whole
it's on the side right there. Okay, he's got Arizona tea.
host of drinks and
Diet Dr. Pepper.
mixers. In the freezer, very similar thing where I've got
You got the alcohol and whatever these are.
a couple of frozen things, as well as some dumplings that I actually wrapped myself when I was really bored one day.
Over here we have my main...
When are we gonna make him? He's acting like you wrapped those weeks ago. These are some dumplings I wrapped when I was really bored one day. Are we gonna cook those soon? How long are they?
sort of living/workshop area. This is where I
Oh my god, I don't know, dude. I am not vibing with this feng shui. You just have, bro, your living room, you have your office, and it's just in the middle of the room. Like, I'm gonna have to take that. A computer should always be in the corner. It should always be in the corner of a room or a wall. Like, it should be against a wall.
sort of living/workshop area. This is where I get all my work
Oh, this is horrid.
done, as well as my personal projects.
The decision to do without a couch and a TV is
That is a fat ass PC. Oh my god, that thing probably has crazy specs. And he's just got a Roomba docked. This is like dystopian. Like, I know the room is nice. Does this not look like... This is like sad. It's just one fat ass monitor. Yeah.
really just based on my own needs. I don't really watch a whole lot of
Show your setup? No, it's dirty. I'll show you my keyboard.
TV. I just use my computer. I don't host people in my apartment, obviously.
It's okay. The rest of my setup's not that dirty. I swear to God, it's just my keyboard. Okay, it's my keyboard because I eat food and I drop. I eat like a lot of chips while I'm gaming, and I drop them in the keys, and I don't want to take all the keycaps to clean. And then when I'm screaming, I spit all over the place, and so spit gets on the keys and it dries, and I clean it. But every time I clean it, it like breaks the keyboard. So I just kind of use a keyboard for like 6 months, and then at some point it breaks, and I just throw it out. Get an electrical blower? No, I have air duster, and I use that. But it's like, this is like solidified stuff. And then my mouse is so old that you see how my thumb has like, I've used this for, you're a millionaire, by the way. I've used this so long that like it has my thumb imprint on the mouse.
If I do decide to
Waiting on Brady to clean your keyboard? Hey, if Brady wants to clean my keyboard, by all means.
hang out with friends, I'll usually go to their place or maybe a
Do you
third.
sweat acid? What do you mean, do I sweat acid? No, when I play games, I like death grip my mouse. So like over time, it's like eroded away to where it's just on the actual plastic part of the mouse now.
place. And in the case of hanging out with my friends in virtual
This guy does nothing but stream I'm crying. Yeah, that's my job.
reality, well,
That's not normal. Bro, what are you if I'm gaming, I'm holding my mouse like this. And then I have these side buttons. And so dude, you're telling me over a year that's not that's not weird that eroded away.
everyone's sort of split off in their own physical space.
We've also got a couple of other things over here, just the DJ
Yeah, just some cool decorations, you know. We have some wall tapestry just to lighten up the vibe of the room.
controller because I really don't have a lot of other space to put it, as well as my robot
You got to rewind. Oh my God, when was he playing with VR?
Without a couch and a TV is really just based on my own needs. I don't really watch a whole lot of TV. I just use my computer. I don't host people.
Bro, he chills at his desk. Like, he doesn't have a living room. Like, this is the living room. But he just made it his office. And so he just watches TV at his desk.
I just use my computer. I don't host people on.
That's valid. I think that's valid when you make, like, an average income. Bro, he makes $300K a year. Buy a couch. Have furniture. Like, I don't want to guess. I'm guessing this dude's bed is on the ground. I'm going to have an all-out guess that this guy's bed is not on a box spring. Instead, he just said, hey. I mean, some of you guys have your bed on the ground. Nothing wrong with it. But it's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. But just a mattress on the floor, man. You make $300K a year. You could buy a thing to put it on.
My apartment, obviously. If I do decide to hang out with friends, I'll usually go to their place or maybe a third place. And in the case of
you think that's like a red flag? Yo, for like the 10 women in chat, is that I'll take it out of sub only. Is that a red flag if you go to a guy's house and his mattress is on the floor? Yes. Is that like concerning?
hanging out with my friends in virtual reality while everyone's sort of split off in their own physical space.
We've also got a couple of other things over here, just the DJ.
And there's just a huge piss stain.
Controller, because I really don't have a lot of other space to put it, as well as...
Oh my god, I keep forgetting to listen to him about the VR. Stop. I'm sorry, I keep rewinding.
Obviously, if I do decide to hang out with friends, I'll usually go to their place or maybe a third place. And in the case of hanging out with my friends in virtual reality, well, everyone's sort of split off in their own physical space.
Bro, I don't think virtual reality offers any better feeling of connection than just fucking sitting on Discord and playing a game. Like, if I have to have a fuck-ass clunky headset on and I'm like, oh, hey. Like, just, what
also
do we
got
do?
a couple of other things
Beds on the floor.
over here, just
Beds on the floor.
over here, just the DJ controller, because I really don't have a lot of other space to put it, as well as my robot cleaner, which gets the job done. It's not perfect, but it definitely helps out in terms of having to clean. Over here, we've got just the bedroom.
Oh, no, it's not. Okay, no, it's just a thin mattress. It's a thin mattress with a low sitting. Okay, I respect. I respect.
Just the bedroom. I mean,
Bro, come on. You make $300K a year. That's a hand-me-down mattress, bro. That's a hand-me-down single bed. Maybe a full. What the fuck? Get a queen. Get a queen. Holy shit. That's a twin bed? Okay, maybe it's a twin. I think that's like a between twin and full. That's crazy. He's investment maxing. Bro, he's putting $7,500. He's putting over half of his income per month into a 401k. What are we doing?
there's really not much to my bedroom. It gets
I'm not saying investment's bad like that, but like, holy shit. We're like just throwing all the money into fucking 30 years from now. Buy a bed.
the job done for me.
A mattress lasts like 9 years.
have my blanket, my pillow, a filing cabinet doubling as a nightstand, as well as my charger there. It's all that I really need at this point.
And the fire hazard Temu lamp.
And this is my bathroom. The highlight of this is really the bidet that I installed. It was about $400 or so.
Now we're living luxury. Okay, I respect. He's got a bidet.
But it was a really, really nice quality of life improvement for myself.
Oh, yeah, dude. You gotta fucking wash your ass.
And outside over here, we've got a little bit of a balcony. I don't spend a lot of time out here, as you may be able to tell, but it is a nice way to get some fresh air in. I've been told by
Fucking chain smokes cigarettes out on that porch.
many of my friends that my living situation is very Spartan, but really it's an intentional choice to pick and choose parts of my life that I decide to spend more.
Bro, the one thing is he's kind of like a nomad. Like if he wanted to just leave, he has like no belongings. Like he could fit all of his stuff in the back of a fucking F-150. Like he doesn't even need a U-Haul. Like there's no couch, there's no furniture. Like he's just abandoned the bed, fucking toss it on the side of the road,
or less money on. So even though my living situation right now is fairly sparse, that doesn't mean that
y'all read donos after this video. Sorry, I keep pausing. I need to get through
it's
this.
going to stay that way, say if I decide to have a partner or have kids. Between ride sharing and public transit, I'll sometimes spend around $30 per month, but most of the
Bro, $30 a month on rideshare. One Uber is $30 in San Fran. Literally. So we're taking one Uber. Oh, he's saying public transit, like if you're taking like the subway or like some shit like that.
time, it's zero.
It's zero, so he's walking everywhere.
I live in the Bay Area without a car, and so I think one of the big things to me
Wait, did I say BART ride? What do you mean? Why are people saying BART ride? Did I say BART ride?
is I live in time spent around $30 per month,
Average BART ride.
but most of the time it's zero.
What does that even stand for? Average. What is BART?
I live in the Bay Area without a car, and so I think one of the big things
Oh, it's actually, oh my God, it's called BART. Oh, average BART ride is $5.
to me is the accessibility to public transit. I live about 5 minutes away from the nearest Bay Area rapid transit station.
Bay Area Rapid Transit.
I'm actually quite used to living car-free. I had lived previously in Dallas for 2 years without a car and got around in very similar ways. I picked out this apartment also specifically for its proximity to all of the things that I would really want to go to on a regular basis. So that would be cafe, boba shops, as well as the grocery store. For those, I just walk, and for anything else, I would either take the public transit or in certain cases, take ride sharing.
Bro, buy a fucking $1,000 electric scooter and just ride it around. I feel like that'd be like the method, bro.
Our
Get
company,
a chain lock.
like many other companies around the Bay Area, have shuttles that go around the area, and I utilize those to get to and from work.
Then you're a loser? What do you mean, then you're a loser? You know how fucking cool electric scooters are? Or just a bike? No. Electric scooter. Or a moped. Oh. Dude, a moped's probably the sickest purchase you could make for something that's like $2 grand. Like, these are fucking awesome. Awesome. And they go like 40 miles an hour. Zero aura. Now we're Whoa.
I spend about $300 per month on groceries. I usually budget $75 per month for eating out.
Damn, dude. I'm spending more than $300 a month on groceries. I mean, well, I'm also like buying food out. I would say I go to the grocery store once every week and a half, and I'm probably spending around $180 every time I go.
But I usually don't hit that maximum. I used to get online delivery for my groceries, but not anymore.
On what? I buy so much fruit and like the majority of my cost of groceries is just fruit and vegetables.
Given that it's so close to my
And then I buy really nice toilet paper.
apartment.
I should stock up on some more instant noodles.
In terms of what
Where do you shop? Walmart. Here's where somebody used to say, you got an airline. Walmart, dick. Self-checkout, fucker.
I cook on a daily basis, I don't really have a set plan because of the fact that my company subsidizes both my breakfast and my lunch.
How do you spell that? Are you trying to fact check me on whether or not I fucking shop at Walmart?
But yes, beef short rib, $14.34 or $10.99 per pound. This is a cut that usually isn't super widely available in Western grocery stores. So
Oh, he gets free food at his work. Yeah, I'm talking over him mad crazy, sorry.
I cook on a daily basis, I don't really have a set plan because of the fact that my company subsidizes both my breakfast and my lunch.
Wow.
But yes, beef short rib, $14.34 or $10.99 per pound. This is a cut that usually isn't super widely available in Western grocery stores, so always nice to pick some up from the Asian grocery store.
In terms of dinner, I'll usually meal prep some sort of protein as well as vegetables, so that could be chicken, it could be some fish. It really just depends on my mood.
This herbal tea, This stuff is gas. Also a ton of sugar in there, but really good. So a pack of 6 for $3.99.
Yo, if you did this with me, I would have a monthly cost of weed. Like, that would have to be factored into my budget, bro. Like, those nowadays I drink are like $9 a can, bro. Like, I would be like, all right, so we're doing our weekly stop and I'm spending $100. Yeah, I'm probably spending, I don't know how much money I spend on weed. I spend a lot of money on weed.
I'm lucky enough to be in a
Mainly weed drinks. Because actual weed, I don't buy a lot of bud. I drink a lot of THC drinks. And edibles aren't that expensive.
situation where food prices have not
Somebody redeemed edible. It was you, jackass. I saw it. Why are you saying someone redeemed edible? You're the one that redeemed it.
really affected how
I don't know if I even have... McChucky, I can't fathom that your channel points are actually valid. Like, you had to have rug pulled so many chatters. Like, I know you're probably sitting on just, like, stacks of channel points that, like, are not actually made by betting.
I socialize or make these decisions around food choices.
You know you want to get high. Bro, it's 1:56, bro. Later. This is the first video of the day.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and make our way to the other grocery store. Round 2, let's go.
In terms of cooking versus eating out, I am almost always cooking at home. I very rarely dine out.
Man, people are...
How, though? There's some fire spots in San Fran, dude. They have so many, like, Korean fusion places and then just, in general, like, sushi restaurants.
fiending for
I'd be eating out every other day if I lived in San Fran.
the Coke Zeros. He ran out of the large ones.
Oh, no.
Here's what I got at the Western supermarket. A loaf of white bread, a bag of white rice, a dozen eggs, a bottle of Coke, and a gallon of whole milk. In total, this came out to be $22.
Gut buster. This shit, you'd be pooping straight logs, bro.
$34. Now, this isn't necessarily what I would get on a regular basis, but it's just to give an idea of how much things cost in my area.
What do you do for fun in your free time?
That's an excellent question. In terms of what I do
Oh my god, is this where he spends his money?
in my free time, there are really 3 major
He owns like fucking $5 million of CSGO cases.
areas that I spend my money on. The first is finances, so really a lot about the credit cards and churning and that sort of thing, as well as my personal finances. There's also a big aspect of travel, whether that's domestic or international, and I am also an active participant in the furry community.
Oh, yep, and all the money, that's where all the money's gone. Dude, a fursuit's like fucking $10,000.
Currently spend about $1,000 a year just for the privilege of owning the credit cards that I currently hold on to.
An Amex card.
In terms of my hobbies, I generally
Amex Platinum.
spend between $400 and $500 a month across all of them.
I feel like you can't factor. I know there's a point in saying that because it's like you spend that money, but if you have an Amex Platinum card, like you're getting more out of it than like what you're spending in the annual fees.
Though in certain cases, I will spend a little bit more money, and I'm currently saving up for a fursuit. On average, depending on where your maker is, as well as how reputable they are, a fursuit will generally cost between $4,000 to $7,000. The furry community means a lot of different things to various people. To some people, it's a way of expressing themselves, sometimes in adult ways, and other times it's...
Bro, he's really like fur-mogging everyone in this fucking picture, though. Like, he has an animated fucking mask, and everybody else just has like a regular... Like, he's actually fur-mogging.
in adult ways, and other times it's just a way of designing a fictional character and sort of
Joe, your DMs aren't working. I have a fursuit ready. Bro, stop.
living in a bit of a mascot costume.
I almost bought... Yo, I remember that was a thing. I tried to buy... Y'all wanted me to buy a fur mask, like, years ago. And I thought it would be, like, oh, like, $200. But they're, like, thousands of dollars.
And other times it's just a way of designing a fictional character and sort of living in a bit of a mascot costume for a while. To me, being part of this community really means designing my own characters, as well as embodying them in the form of either commissioning art, or in some extreme cases, commissioning fursuits.
Oh, does he not have... Oh, this isn't the fursuit. This is the material he wants to use. Hold up. Clover and Small for the sub. I eat and Gmod, thank you for the sub. Ripley for the thray. You help me on bad days. I want to say our names are similar. I'm going to Hoboken in August. Can you recommend things to do? Go see the Cake Boss. I have no idea. Whatever else you want to do. Nutella for the thray. What do you enjoy being more drunk or high? High. Not even close. Okay, thank you for the sub. Fat for the thray. You should learn an instrument. I used to play the guitar when I was younger. I would love to, though. Mr. Lime for the 3. Brick and Nova for the sub. Swab Chris. Mr. Lime, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank them if you get a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Jacob for the sub. Sketty for the 3. 5th grade, I broke my box spring from my bed, stacked my mattress and pillows in the corner of my room. That was my bed until senior year. I have a bed now, though, but that shit got tragic for a while. Oh, my God. Mr. Lime for the 5 gifteds and the 10 gifteds. Bionic for the sub. Jaden for the 3. Been watching the stream for a while. Dream is to play a game with you, man. My girl and I watch you every night. She hangouts. Or when we hang out, she watches your videos now, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, thank you for the fucking 3, and I'm glad you both like my videos. Black and It for the sub. Teddy and Yan for the sub. Nutella for the 3. Chilling daily on the gaming chair all day would be so uncomfy. I'd say he chills on his bed, not his so-called living room. Mr. Lyman Blood for the sub. EJ Attack for the sub. Dude, thank you for the 3. My friend Sophia's birthday. Happy birthday, Sophia. Reed and Grape for the sub. Pucky, Tren, and Rob for the sub. Ken, thank you for the 3. No, Pug and JT for the sub. Ian for the sub. Xavier for the 3. You have brought many people together in my life, and I value that so much. P.S. McChucky did nothing wrong. Kadeem and The, thank you for the sub. The, Jingle, and Mac, thank you for the sub. Jane for the 1,000 buddies. Jay, thank you for the 3. We came third in our sailing race. That's awesome. Jay and JS, thank you for the sub. Nolan and Cloudy for the sub. LMH, thank you for the 3. Football, thank you for the 3. Lenovo for the sub. Mika for the 3. Dea, Awe, and Ryza for the sub. Mr. Lime for the 3. L4 and Clover, thank you for the sub. Lock in, chat.
And all of this faux fur, or at least part of it, will eventually end up on the head. This is a bigger part of the project, especially since I'm not super familiar with sewing, but it'll eventually end up on there.
So my character currently is a bit of a cyborg hybrid between a canine as well as a robot, known in the community colloquially as a protogen. I think for really anything mentioning furry in the furry community as well, because of it being a sort of historically marginalized community in the social space, there are a lot of concerns around doxing, as well as in general people not necessarily being super comfortable with being public with this. I just happen to be one of the stupid people that decided to go public with this. I don't really spend a lot of money on improvement.
People hate on furries that much? Bro, I'm like, who gives a shit? You want to spend $8K on a fursuit and be a furry? I don't care. Like, people that get that bothered, they'll fucking harass them. I mean, like, I understand people are making jokes, but I'm like, bro, to that point?
My finances, it's more so
Hey, you want to be a furry? Who cares?
of a lifestyle choice to take a look at credit cards and the perks that they offer and whether or not it's really worth it to me. In terms of maximizing your value for the points, this is really a process of trying to earn those points in the most efficient way and spending those points in.
I care. Why? Like, bro, what a weird outlook on life. Like, that you're letting that irk you on a daily basis. Like, it doesn't affect you at all. It doesn't affect you at all. Like, people want to be furries, that's fine.
The most efficient way.
They're creepy. Bro, you don't know the difference between people that are furries and people that fetishize fursuits. People that are furries aren't doing it because they're sexually attracted to the idea of being a furry. They just like being furries, right? Like, they like having a fursona. Like, that's different.
Generally, in terms of earning, you're going to be getting those from sign-up bonuses rather than everyday.
My kid, though? Bro, if I had a kid and he wanted to be a furry, I'm not paying for his fucking fursuit, but I'll say, hey, man, you want to save up $7,000 to buy a fursuit? It's on you.
Spend. And in terms
I'd be like, I'll get you a car, right? Do I think they're overpriced as fuck? Yeah, dude, $7,000? Holy shit. But, like, I'm not going to judge it.
of actually cashing in those points, you're going to be trying to look for value where, say, maybe a business class ticket might be $5,000, but only $2,500 worth of points. I was fortunate enough to grow up in a household where my mother was very financially literate, and she was actually the one that got me interested in credit cards and churning in the first place. The most recent trip that I did was to Southeast Asia, so Singapore as well as Malaysia. I was fortunate enough to bring my dad along as well as my sister.
That's very sweet. He brings his family.
I have health insurance provided by my employer. I am currently paying for a high deductible plan and I spend about $17 per month. I currently do not have any recurring healthcare
I don't have dental insurance.
costs. In terms of staying fit, my apartment has a gym, but in case I'm lazy
Still. And I think about that. I'm like, I just pay out of pocket. But I just don't have dental insurance.
to do that, I also do bodyweight fitness. And for cardio
I've never had dental insurance. I swear. I've never had dental insurance. I have health insurance. I don't have dental insurance.
and aerobics, I do dancing.
One of the big parts about the furry conventions as well are the
All right.
raves that happen in person. And there are some people there that know how to dance.
In any given month, I will save anywhere between $5,000 to $20,000. In terms of that large range, it really depends on whether or not my 401k is maxed out, whether or not I have any stock
Oh, that's why he's maxing. He's doing the most he's able to do.
vesting, and whether or not I have any bonus.
Why are you saying all right? Buddy, I'm not saying all right. Like, I'm saying all right because it's cringy. I'm not saying I'm not cringy, bro. I twerk on stream. That shit's cringy as fuck, right? Like,
In terms of
I'm not sitting here, bro. I'm not sitting here acting like I'm not cringe as hell either.
matching out my 401k with my employer, I contribute $24,500 up to the maximum limit that I can contribute alongside my employer contributions.
Okay, they do match it. That answered my question from an hour ago.
In addition to that, I make after-tax contributions all the way up to the IRS limit of $72,000. So in total, about 1/6 of my compensation is going towards my 401k. In terms of my other investments, I also max out my Roth IRA and HSA every single year, and then any additional money goes into my brokerage account. I'm currently about 80% invested in the US stock market and 20% internationally. I think like with many other parts of my generation,
I'm heavily invested in the spider fighting rings of the Philippines.
there is
So
very
I understand the 20% international.
much a big split in terms of financial literacy, among other things. There's a swath of people who are fairly well educated in terms of personal finances, and there are a lot of those who are just getting by. I view personal finance in a very similar way as I do personal fitness. A lot of the core concepts are fairly simple, but it doesn't mean that it's easy to follow, and there are a lot of traps along the way. I'm aiming to retire by the age of 30, in which case I'll need about $1.6 million to do so. In terms of why I decided to start pursuing the path of financial independence and retiring early, I wanted to build a life for myself where I wouldn't
Dude, that's crazy. He's going to retire when he's 30.
have to work for money.
Bro, but he retires at 30. The majority of his investments are going to be in long-term retirement funds that he wouldn't be able to touch for 29 and a half years after he turns 30, unless he takes a heavy hit. So it's like, well, he needs 1.6 million, fluid cash. Like, he needs $1.6 million and then he'll retire. I just feel like that's definitely enough money, but it's like, then he's going to have to live. Like, why not? In my mind, okay, see, this is maybe like a money-hungry mindset here. But in my mind, if he's making $300K a year, why not work another 5 years, pocket another fucking, $500K, and then be able to live at a higher annual spending rate than he does now? Like, because you retire at 30, okay, what do you do with your life? Like, people ask me what I'm going to do when I'm done streaming. Like, yeah, I could be done, but, like, I'll probably do other shit. Like I've talked about wanting to work at a dog shelter, becoming a personal trainer, just doing something to like keep, active, right? Like, you can't just be like, oh, okay, now I'm going to bum for the rest of my life. Travel? Bro, but traveling is expensive. If he has $1.6 million and he's going to travel for the rest of his life, he'll run out of that. Seriously. Like, if you have $1.6 million, he has all of his income just comes from his investments, and he can't touch his retirement fund for 30 years, and he's traveling all the time. Like, say he's taking 6-7 trips a year. Didn't even mean to do the 6-7 joke, sorry. Say he's taking 6-7 trips a year that cost like $6,000 a piece, $8K a piece. It's like, that's going to fucking add up, coupled with your other living expenses, his rent, that's $30K a year. Like, you're going to run out of money. Then you get a girlfriend or a wife or a significant other. You end up having kids at some point, which he mentioned. Like, you're not going to be able to support them in that way.
All the way up until 65. There's a lot of moving parts
unless you live extremely frugally.
Comes to retirement planning, and even establishing a goal number is a bit of a moving goalpost in general.
You're not wrong. Well, I'm saying it's like, dude, the average cost of like raising a kid to like 18 is like $300,000 or some shit. So you have 2 kids and another person that's in your life, and you're traveling and living in an expensive city. Like, $1.6 million is a lot, but if you're not handling that money well, like, you're going to bleed, right? It's like you're fine for years, but like if you're not investing that in a way that's going to long last and you're still spending. Like if you give somebody $1 million, they can retire, yes. But they're not going to be able to retire living in an apartment that costs $40K a year and owning 2 cars and fucking traveling, right? Like you're going to have to retire in a more frugal way, living in a cheaper area like West Virginia or somewhere in the more middle of the United States. Like you can't live in a big city.
The rule of thumb in the community is to multiply your expenses by 25, or otherwise known as the 4% rule.
Not financial advice. Yeah, not financial advice.
And if you're retiring earlier than, say, around 40 or so, you might want to add some leeway to that. And so my budget is a little bit greater than the actual 4% rule. There's a lot of different projections.
Yeah, it's good that he's doing that. I just think it's like he's looking at it at the perspective of me, right? And you have to factor in, fuck, what if I have kids? That's the biggest thing in my mind. What if I have kids? What if I have a significant other that also isn't working, right?
In terms of how much I'm going to be contributing in the future, as well as how the stock market is going to do over that course of time.
I have way too many sheets in this, so
it's really what you're going to retire from is really based off of how much you plan on spending a year. Like he had like 64K annual expenses, which works, right? But if you want to retire, like that's why I'm just like, fuck, man. And I know maybe that's like more materialistic way, but I'm like, if you're making a salary of $300,000 a year, if he works till he's like 35, 40, then he could have an annual spend of like 150K. Like he could live at a much higher quality of life and travel more and own more. It's greedy. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. I mean, retiring 30, I would say saying work till 40 isn't greedy, right? Retiring at 30 is a young age to retire at.
every month I'll create a copy of this sort of base spreadsheet. I designed it myself.
Retiring out of 30, to put it in perspective, is 8 years of work out of college. Like, less than a decade. You graduate college, you work for 8 years, and you're done. Like, I'm not sitting here saying people should work till they're 60. No, that's fucking long, right? But like, you're working 8 years.
I don't really have a template that I follow, and I prefer it this way. It's more of a DIY approach of if I decide that there are certain categories that I don't want or categories that I do need, then I'll just add it onto the spreadsheet and it'll be copied over.
He's got emergency funds out too. Dude, he really is thinking far into this. Hey, I trust the number that he's arrived at then.
For the remainder of however long I decide to do this budgeting. I actually do have a larger tax sheet that does track down in terms of like taxes that I'm paying, in terms of the income that I'm getting.
What do you think is a good age to retire? Whenever you have a fucking enough money to retire? Like, I mean, which is what he's doing. It's just enough money. Like, what do I think the average person should be able to retire at? 50. So then you get a back half of 25 years. I think in a utopia, people would be able to retire at 50. I think seeing people in their 70s working and not, like, there's people that are in their 70s that work because they're just bored. But people that are in their 70s that have to work, I feel like that's turbo shitty, you know? Like, having to see somebody, like, work at a fucking grocery store at 70 because they don't have money, I'm like, oh, that's sad, you know? Like, you're an old-ass man. You're an old-ass woman. Like, you should be able to, like, you know, play shuffleboard and, like, watch fucking Wheel of Fortune till you die, you know?
The
like,
expected amount of paychecks. And then over here, I just have some pretty straightforward projections in terms of actually where I'm going to be at financially for a given year and age, assuming certain figures for growth as well as investment outcome. And yeah, so by age...
Wow, he has base growth standard. Yo, what? He's saying by the time he's 40, he'll have $6 million.
30, assuming that all goes well, I'm expecting that I might have somewhere north of around $2 million invested. And this is also tracking the active price of some of my investments, and so this will fluctuate over time. And by age
40% of his portfolios in meta stock
40, I'm expected to
or some shit like that. It just crashes.
be retired at that point, so I do have empty columns in terms of my actual investment.
Now, if he's this in depth, bro, he probably has so many safety nets, bro. $10 million by 47. All right, I'm a jackass. Don't listen to anything that I just said. How is he growing his portfolio? I know, like, dude, what return rate is he expecting on his investments? This is crazy growth.
But at that point, I might have somewhere in the north of $7 million invested.
I think a very interesting part of the FIRE community is that it has splintered off into various groups and evolved from its original form around the 2010s that was largely focused on...
It's compounding? Yeah, well, I mean, it's the rich get richer mindset. You know, 10% of fucking $10 million is $1 million versus 10% of 1,000. Like, the more money you have, the more money you're going to make.
On frugality at all costs. Now there are folks such as myself that sort of can have their cake and eat it.
Average is 10%. Nah, he's probably not factoring that. If you're looking at, like, long-term retirement like that, he's probably not assuming he's going to make 10% per year because there's going to be down years. There's going to be years where you make less and make more. He's probably going to averagely guess that he makes, like, 6 to 8.
To where we are able to live a very fulfilling lifestyle.
And then you have to factor in inflation.
And save a lot for retirement. In terms of my lifestyle after retirement, I don't expect that I'm going to stop working entirely. I might pick up some odd jobs or contracting work every now and then, just if I decide.
Yo, Lao Bao for the 25 subs. Thank them if you get a sub. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Shadow Quacks TB, Golf Adari and Monka. Thank you for the Monica. Thank you for the 5. You're never allowed to retire. Drew for the sub. Soul Z A7 for the sub. It's thank you for the 3. Dude is 3. Keyboard Storm, thank you for the 3. But watch it, sub 13. Dom 17. I'm happy I can finally sub gift my own money. Thank you. I love it, Star for the sub. Mike and happy for the sub. It's your boy. Thank you for the 5. You helped me through a breakup. I had a month ago where I was watching your streams and videos on my phone, toolbox, working on a plane. Much love. Keep up with me as you work here and inspiration. Thank you. And I hope you're all right. Hayden Sin for the sub. Ellis and Urban. It's better. Thank you for the 5. Been a long time viewer, never donated or anything, just graduated high school, wanted to show some love. Congrats on graduating. Zoo and my name, thank you for the sub. Limitless, thank you for the raid. Grandma, Nolan and Lenovo for the sub. Miko for the 3, and Shadow for the sub. And Labao, thank you for the fucking 25 subs.
That it's interesting to me. Other than that, it's really going to be populated with travel as well as attending conventions and just
We've been on the same video for an hour and 12 minutes. I know, and I keep pausing.
Being myself. I think one of the biggest privileges for myself is that I am able to earn enough of an income where I could reasonably support my family if they were ever in trouble. And in the...
Nah, this guy has it fucking on lock, chat. I really thought we were going to start this video where it was like somebody just spending crazy money and being like, I'm broke, I have 300K, how am I not making money? He's like actually full planning.
In case of a future family, that would be something that I would have to readjust over time.
Yeah.
Moving here has definitely been worth it. Even though the cost of living is higher, the job compensation and the opportunities available here are really unmatched. In terms of staying here long term, that's an existential question. I think in terms of long-term living, I plan to move back to the Los Angeles area. I could definitely see myself
Sorry. Oh my God.
in the position of starting a company in the next couple of years or decades.
If I ever lived in Cali, I would move to San Diego.
But
never fucking moving to LA.
No plans for that currently. My biggest piece of
Hell no.
advice is something that's fairly widely shared among the folks in the FIRE community, and it's build the life you want and then save for it. There may be a situation where you can't have everything all at once now, and you just kind of have to pick and choose whether or not you want to live in a favorable location, or you decide to spend more on, say, travel and other experiences, or maybe on some of the other material goods that you're looking at.
Oh man.
Wow, that was a good video. I actually had fun watching that. This is exactly how I imagined a coder would live. This feels like satire. I don't think it feels like satire. Well, I mean, he's super planning. Impressive financial habits. Please interview this man again in 6 years. Bro, in 6 years, this guy will probably be even richer than he's expected to be. Genuinely. Stupid and Mars for the sub. Q and Char for the sub. Zex, thank you for the 5. Me, my girlfriend, love watching you. Can you say hi, Lainey? Hello, Lainey. Zerk, thank you for the sub. Shout out for the sub. Nutella, thank you for the 3. Yo. Lock in, chat. Lock in, bro. We're one video in and we're an hour into stream, bro. Stop changing the title. I already changed it back and they changed it again. Please. Please. Like, bro, it's like the 9th time this stream. On mod them, I don't know who's doing it. It doesn't tell me who changed his title. And they'll all just rat on each other and not fucking say they did it. ZMD for the sub. It's Biaggi. Biaggi's not even in stream, bro. You're just blaming my friend. It's Biaggi. Biaggi's not even here. Biaggi's not even here. Lock in. The horrors of World War II trench raiders. Or no, World War I. Fuck. Lock in. The horrors of World War I trench raiders.
Of the First World War, when people talk about the horrors of the First World War, they usually mention the trenches, the artillery, and the machine guns. And those were indeed horrifying. But there was a...
No, World War I was probably... I mean, you could argue Vietnam, but in my mind, when I think of, like, one of the... If I had to pick a war I would least likely want to be in modern history, it would be World War I. Having to sit in the trenches and deal with, like, constant bombardment of shells... And then the second you have any moment of peace, you immediately know that they're running at you over no man's land to come stab and shoot you is horrible. The Vietnam War was also equally as bad. And you could argue that in different ways. And there was drug addiction and people were fragging, which is where they were killing each other on their own team. Or not own team, but own country. Like you were killing your own men. But when you talk about World War I, you could talk about Agent Orange with, like, Vietnam and how that really negatively affected not only soldiers, but also, obviously, the people of Vietnam. But World War I, it was like, yeah, mustard gas. Like, there was gas issues. People, like, it was, like, earlier war development where, like, modern weapons started being used. And it was just a shit show, dude. Like, I've said this before, but... They used to have runners that would run the same message between, like areas, like controlled, like built concrete barriers and, like, bomb zones. And they would give 5 guys the same letter because they know fucking 3 to 4 of them would die on the way. So they would go, here, 5 of you here's a copy of the same message. Go. And then you would run. And if you made it, you weren't fine. They gave you another letter, and you had to run back.
Another kind of horror in that war that doesn't get talked about nearly as much, and those were the trench raiders. We're going to tell you everything about their way of fighting, but I have to warn you that some of what you're about to hear is hard to stomach. Now,
Trench raiders.
If you're still here, let's start by understanding what led to hand-to-hand combat.
Bro, and the shit that annoys me the most is, like, when they used to call PTSD shell shock, and there's videos of, like, World War I soldiers genuinely having mental breakdowns, and they're like, look at him. What happened? I'm like, dude, you had him in war in a trench for fucking 2 years. And all day, every day, he thought he was going to die, watched all of his friends die, and then now you're shocked that he's coming back a fucked up person. Like,
in what everyone thought was a modern way of fighting, and then we'll move from there. In the years leading up to 1914, European military leaders had an almost religious faith in the power of offensive action.
That's not shell shock. Yeah, it is. Shell shock is a term that originated from World War I of soldiers developing extreme combat stress, which is now called PTSD. Dork.
France in particular, still acting smart despite its humiliating defeat to Prussia back in 1871, developed the most extreme version of this philosophy. French generals preached that an army's sheer will to conquer could overcome any disadvantage on the battlefield, and they genuinely believed it was the key to victory. And if you want to know just how seriously they...
I mean, yeah, you could even go into, like, the Russians in, like, World War I, World War II, where it was like they were the most scary people to go against because they had to fight, and if they didn't, their whole family would die. So they had, like, literally nothing to lose. Like, fighting a guy with nothing to lose is the worst thing that you could do. That's why I always say, dude, if somebody bothers you in public that's, like, a random stranger or just, like, a weird guy, don't press him. Let it roll off your back. because that guy might have nothing to lose. And a guy with nothing to lose is a guy you don't want to fuck with because he doesn't care what happens.
Took this idea. Consider that a proposal to replace the bright red trousers of French soldiers with something less visible was actually rejected on the grounds that it would hurt this fighting.
I gotta rewind.
Something less visible. Consider that a proposal to replace the bright red trousers of French soldiers with something less visible was actually rejected on the grounds that it would hurt this fighting spirit. Now, the bayonet stood right at the center of this whole philosophy. You see, before...
Oh my God, or even when you talk about, like, what was that one island they fought on in World War II against Japanese soldiers, where the Japanese people were getting literally, like, demolished, but they never gave up. Like, if they ran out of ammo, they would just attach a bayonet and run at you. Was it Iwo Jima? I don't know. There was, like, some... Yeah, and they would just run at you. Like, fucking holy shit, how scary that is.
1914, rifle and bayonet combinations were designed specifically to maximize reach, which was basically the ability to stab an enemy soldier before he could stab you. And this led to a sort of race where nations competed to create the longest possible rifle. The French Liebel model, 1886 rifle, had a bayonet blade measuring about 20 inches long with an X-shaped cross-section designed to punch through.
Yeah, it's like weird. It's like a combined... World War I was like the last war where there was a true combined fighting of, like, sword play and gun fighting at the same time. Like, didn't they have cavalry in the beginning of World War I?
Thick clothing.
Like, there were still people on horseback that were fighting.
When you combined that bayonet with the rifle itself, you ended up with a weapon about 6 feet long. The Germans respected its...
Bro, like, these are actually, like, these are teenagers, bro. Like, that's crazy.
Deadly effectiveness so much that they gave it a nickname, the French Needle. Well, Germany responded in kind with their own design. The bayonet for the Gewehr 98 rifle had a blade just under 20 inches long, which created a combined length of about 5 feet 9 inches. And this long bayonet was specifically designed to allow infantry soldiers to bring down cavalrymen from their horses, which tells you something about how military planners were still thinking in terms of the previous century's warfare. Training was based on thrust, parry, and lunge techniques, with targets identified as the throat, breast, and groin. French troops trained in formations they called elbow to elbow, specifically for maximum shock effect when they charged. By the way, there was one German bayonet that would become quite controversial once the war started: the sawback bayonet. This was
oh my God. Imagine getting fucking stabbed with that.
Issued to pioneer and engineering units, and it had 29 double teeth along its spine for purely practical purposes, like cutting brushwood, wire, and wood for gun positions. But when Allies discovered them on the battlefield, they turned what was basically a tool into a symbol of Germanic barbarism, claiming that the intentionally serrated edge caused far worse wounds than ordinary bayonets. The truth was that the sawback was actually counterproductive in combat and likely to get caught in clothing, but that mattered little for propaganda. German soldiers became so afraid of being captured with these bayonets that most were eventually recalled and had their teeth ground off before being reissued. Going back to the story...
Bro, I can't get over the fact that, too, wasn't there a day during World War I think it was on Christmas Day, they all left their fucking holes and, like, hugged each other. And then they go back to fighting? Like, I couldn't do that. Like, I couldn't get under the idea of, like, you go to war, your country's convincing you have to fight for this reason. Whether or not that's true, you know, it depends on the war that you're fighting for and whether or not the reason's valid enough. But you're sitting there and you're, like, staring this other guy eye to eye. You're both, like, men that are probably in their, like, late teens, early 20s. So you're, like, basically just getting out of high school. And you're going, yeah, we have to kill each other. Even though right now you're, like, being joyous with one another. It's so odd. Like, I just couldn't.
The actual war began.
Yeah, they, like, played games. Yeah, they had soccer. They played. Like, what the fuck?
And those generals were eager to prove just how right their tactics were. Well, spoiler.
Like, it humanizes them so, like, that's what they want in war. Is like, you don't want to see the other people you're fighting as, like, you. Because that's such a humanizing experience that it's like, Oh my god, I couldn't kill this person.
Alert. You already know how the fighting in the First World War would look after just the first couple months. The first of many catastrophes came in August 1914, when France launched the Great Offensive into German-held Alsace-Lorraine. French soldiers advanced in those bright red trousers and blue coats, with bands playing and flags flying, officers leading from the front with drawn swords in the manner of their Napoleonic ancestors. And they marched directly into the killing zone of modern industrial warfare. August 22nd became the deadliest
Just to get mowed down, dude. Literally.
single day in French military history. In just one 24-hour period, 27,000 French soldiers were killed. That was more than on any other single day in the entire history of French warfare.
Because you got a dude with a fucking machine gun just holding a line on a trench and you're just running at him. Like, it's almost worse than D-Day because it's like you're outmatched, not just by land, but like technology. Like,
so much for the revolutionary undefeatable tactic. Machine guns and artillery, coupled with barbed wire, mowed down infantry long before they could ever get...
Yeah, and you're going... Like, imagine being a guy, voice crack. Imagine being a guy in the French military, staring down, like, how long was No Man's Land? It was like 300 yards, 100 to 300 yards. So imagine there's artillery shells bombarding No Man's Land. You see machine gun fire ripping, and your commander's going, all right, we're going to run through that. Like, bro, I'd rather just get thrown in like French prison for 10 years for like avoiding my government. Like, it's just like, it's somebody asking you, okay, go die. Like, you're not getting anything. Like, it's literally, it's making individual lives. I mean, this is war in general, but it's making individual lives just a numbers game. Like, you're going, we have enough people that at some point they can't kill all of us.
Get close to bayonet range. Then the Germans suffered their own catastrophe.
But it's like you lived your whole life. Now you're freshly 19. You know, you're still basically a kid, man. Like, I'm not laughing in the sense that it's funny. It's like, holy shit. You're 19, and now you're like, okay, I just spent my whole life to now die in 5 seconds just acting as a human meat shield for the guy behind me.
When they tried the same thing on a massive scale. During the First Battle of the Marne,
like, it's so stupid.
Crown Prince Wilhelm ordered the same thing on a massive scale. During the First Battle of the Marne, Crown Prince Wilhelm ordered 100,000 German soldiers to fix bayonets and charge
19, some were 16. I say that because that's like they had to sign up then, but yeah, there were people that were like lying to get into the army at like 15.
The French lines in darkness. French 75mm guns opened fire into the packed grey ranks of German infantry. German units panicked in the darkness in utter confusion. 2 German units fired on each other at almost point-blank range, and the assault suffered about 15,000 casualties. And these were just some of the similar outcomes of battles early in the war. All those failed offensives and broken charges led to attempts by both sides to outflank each other. But there was a new factor in warfare that made this basically impossible. The first airplanes were now being used to provide aerial reconnaissance, which...
Bro, but they had, because they didn't have weapons on the first airplanes, they used to just have motherfuckers that would drop grenades. Right? I feel like I learned about this in history. Where it was like, they didn't have like mounted turrets or like shit that they could, you know, throw missiles. Like, that wasn't technology. But they had planes. So it was like, you just went up there with like a dude in the back holding a literal machine gun, not like mounted, like he just had a machine gun, and you're just like fucking throwing bombs out of the back.
Meant each side could actually see where the attack was
or gas, but I'm pretty, when did they outlaw mustard gas?
Coming from and prepare to meet it, with the firepower of new artillery and machine guns that were being used on such a scale for the first time. Infantry charging across open ground was mowed down over and over again, and the survivors had nothing else to do but dig in wherever they stopped in order to survive. Each flanking attempt was met and blocked, and as the fighting moved northward, temporary defensive positions became permanent. In attack after attack during what became known as the Race to the Sea, neither side could outflank the other, and soon both sides had settled into the trench warfare that would define the rest of the war. Opposing lines of trenches now snaked from the Belgian coast all the way to the Swiss border, creating 440 unbroken miles of fortification. You see, a revolution in firepower had not been matched by similar advances in tactics, and this created a grueling form of warfare where the defender held every advantage. There were no flanks to turn anymore. Every attack now had to be frontal, direct.
Yeah, it's like it became a full stalemate where there's no good option to advance. Like, you're just such in a fucking shithole where anyone that makes a move dies. So you just kind of wait for something to happen.
Directly into prepared defensive positions. Over 4 million men had been killed or wounded in just the first 5 months. So now what happens when everything that was thought before suddenly proves catastrophically wrong and is getting thousands upon thousands of soldiers killed? Well, the answer would eventually lie not in advancing weapons and tactics, but rather in going back to medieval times of swords and body armor. Believe it.
And what was this over? I know it was Archduke Franz Ferdinand got assassinated, and that sparked the beginning of World War I. But what was, like, World War II, obviously centralized around Adolf Hitler and the Axis powers, the Allied powers. But, like, what was, like, what were they fighting for fully? It was the Ottoman Empire, yeah, but, like, were they fighting for independent? What was World War fought over? Yeah, to preserve and expand the imperial power, secure global economic dominance, and maintain delicate power balance between the people of Europe. Yeah, because it started with Franz Ferdinand getting assassinated. Then Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. And then that sparked just allies, 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 allies. And then it was just a huge war. Wow.
Believe it or not. The obvious question for commanders was how to.
And then are these like early bulletproof? Like, this guy has holes in his fucking. This is like a metal shield. So if you get shot, there's a chance you don't die with this.
Believe it or not. The obvious question for commanders was how to break through these trench lines. And the answer, at least according to military thinking of the time, was artillery. You would bombard the enemy trenches for days, sometimes even a full week, pulverizing everything in front of you. The artillery would destroy the barbed wire, collapse the trenches, kill or demoralize the defenders, and knock out their machine guns. Then, your infantry would simply walk across no man's land and occupy what was left of the enemy positions. That was the theory anyway, but it didn't work like that at all. The most notorious example came at the Somme, where the British fired over 1.5 million shells during a 7-day bombardment. Commanders were so confident that they ordered soldiers not to run, but to walk, just to maintain discipline.
Why they name it World War I? Did they know there was going to be more? Well, no, I think World War I at the time was just called the World War. Like, it's in the aftermath. Like, at the time, World War I was just the great, yeah, this was the Great War, the World War. And then World War II happened, and then it's like, okay, well, now that one's going to be called World War I.
Because the Germans would surely all be dead after such a bombardment anyway. Well, that optimism proved catastrophically misplaced, and the Somme is remembered, as you know, as the deadliest day in British military history. The Germans had built deep dugouts, some of them 40 feet underground, reinforced with
wow, fucking 40 feet underground, probably dug with shovels, man.
Concrete. The soldiers inside could simply wait out even the heaviest bombardment in relative safety and then scramble back to their firing positions and mow down soldiers walking across the open ground. And for some reason, this was so hard for the commanders to understand, and they would send wave after wave after wave of soldiers going over the top and dying without any real success.
Yeah, because they knew if you were the guy holding your place 40 feet underground, the second you hear that the bombs stop, you run the fuck up with a gun and get ready to shoot people.
Even if they managed to capture some section of enemy trenches, there were always 2 or 3 more lines behind it, and the attacking force would be so badly beaten up while taking the first line that they would
Joe got drafted, I would cry. If I got drafted, I would not go. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I would try to be a conscientious objector if that didn't work. Yeah, fucking throw me in prison, bro. I mean, I am not. You have to? No, you don't.
Inevitably lose it in the enemy counterattack. Everything would be right back where it started after it.
They would force you? They can't.
day or two, with nothing accomplished except thousands of men dying.
I don't think we live in a time in modern day where if there, like, it's different if there was, like, a genuine thing we were fighting, but, like, say motherfuckers just started getting drafted to the Iran war. I think the majority of people that got drafted would not go. Like, and they know that.
So with these massive frontal assaults,
especially after the history of what happened in Vietnam, I don't think that there's this mentality that people are, like, itching to go fight for their country the way that they used to.
it's proving so...
Like, obviously, there's people that still join the military. A lot of you guys in my chat are in the Navy or the Marines or, you know, whatever branch of the military you're in. But that's different in a defense aspect versus, like, okay, I'm getting drafted. You know,
catastrophically useless, another approach began to emerge. Small-scale raids, hit-and-run attacks at night, not designed to break through the line and hold territory, but simply to slip in, accomplish specific objectives, and slip back out again before the enemy could respond in force. There were some early experiments happening almost as soon as the trenches formed, but the tactic really came together with the Canadians. And you're about to hear why hand-to-hand combat in the First World War was much different and significantly more horrific than what soldiers had trained for. Before we explain the trench raiders, first take a look at the conditions in which they're about to be fighting and how their armament went back several centuries in history. Frontline trenches
oh my god, did they start beating each other to death with, like, fucking maces?
were typically about 7 feet deep and 6 feet wide, with 2 to 3 feet of sandbags on top. German trenches were often deeper, reaching 10 to 12 feet with timber or concrete supports, and all trenches were built in zigzag or jagged patterns on purpose. You see, if a trench ran straight, a single shell landing inside could...
Well, it's not even a single shell. If you have a trench run straight and a guy gets in there, you could just mow people down in a line and they'll fall. But if you have it zigzag, it's not even just artillery. It's like, okay, well, now there's like a buffer.
Explode down the entire length and kill everyone inside. The zigzag pattern meant a blast.
Who took these photos? I don't know. People that were, you know, either a part of the military or photographers that were there that were a part of, like, news reporting. I mean, dude, I remember when I was in middle school, we learned about the Civil War. And I remember being shocked at, like, 10 years old that they had fucking images. Like, there's not video, but there's images of the Civil War. Like, you could see, like, that far back, like, the shit that happened. And there would be people... I mean, World War I's way different because it's way more technological. There's more bombs. There's more stuff. But, like, in the Civil War, there would be people that would, like, sit on the hill and get a picnic going to watch the fucking battle. Like, whoa. Like, you're just fucking... like, your entertainment for the day is fucking sitting on a hill and watching... Yeah, I've been in the hills. Funny joke. Is sitting on a hill and watching the fucking battle occur.
Would be contained to just that one bay and a few unfortunate soldiers. But because of all those twists and turns, soldiers could typically see no more than about 30 feet ahead of them at any time.
Fact check that. Yes, civilians watched a battle nicknamed the Picnic Battle. On July 21st, 1861, the first Battle of Bull Run near Manassas, spectators from D.C. rode out to watch it, believing the conflict would be short, decisive, and entertain a Union victory.
Now in these...
Like, it was a thing. Like, people were like, yeah, we're going to go watch that.
Cramped, twisting corridors, the infantry rifles that armies had spent decades making longer, with what were basically swords, attached to them rather than bayonets, suddenly became the main problem. Bolt-action rifles that were designed for shooting at enemies 300 yards away were basically useless when fighting happened within arm's reach. Another problem was that bayonets...
Oh, is this where, like, the idea of, like, an SMG or, you know, just, like, a close-range weapon, like, gun is much more needed?
...would often get stuck in bodies. One Australian soldier described watching a fellow soldier who drove his bayonet through a German and then into a hardwood beam behind him, and he just couldn't pull it out. The bayonet had to be released from the rifle, leaving the Germans stuck there where the poor guy died. There were even cases where 2 soldiers were found dead, having stabbed each other with their bayonets at the exact same moment. Through these horrible situations, soldiers on both sides quickly figured out that a long rifle with a bayonet just wasn't the right tool for close quarters battle. So, they reached for clubs, knives, and sharpened shovels.
Oh. No, that's... Yeah, the clubs, fuck. Yo. The brass knuckle knife. Oh my god.
And sharpened shovels, weapons that would have been perfectly
Yeah, literally just bludgeon each other to death.
familiar to their medieval ancestors. Trench clubs became the weapon of choice for night raids. They had some creative designs, like using the empty metal casings from Mills bombs fixed to wooden handles. Others took the handles from their entrenching tools and added weights, then drove hobnails all around the head. Some looked like morning stars from the Middle Ages, with those iron spikes. There were even clubs with flexible coils for extra striking power. So much
I didn't know this.
about the modern way of fighting. Trench knives soon came in all kinds of varieties, but the most famous trench knife was definitely the American Mark I, with brass knuckles and spikes on them to stop an enemy from grabbing your knife hand. The bottom of the handle extended into what they called a skull crusher cap, so you can imagine how it worked. These knives...
Oh my god. Yeah, because you got the knuckle. They can't grab it because they'll poke themselves. You could punch them, stab them, or you have that poke on the back like it's a fucking window shatter. You just go, bam, right on the top of their fucking heads.
Were issued completely blackened to prevent any glinting in moonlight that might give away a raider's position. But among all these improvised weapons, the shovel proved to be the most effective of all. It was much better for striking because of its weight, and soldiers sharpened the edges so it would create a devastating effect on the human body wherever you hit someone. And unlike the bayonet, it wouldn't get stuck.
That's really interesting. I know the weight of it's good, and it's also like a multi-tool because you need it to dig. But I can't imagine a shovel not being a clunky piece of shit in like a fight to the death in a close range battle. Like, I would rather have like a knife.
Now, this return to medieval times went beyond just weapons. It extended to armor as well. The Germans first issued body armor. However, the steel breastplate weighed over 20 pounds, so they were only practical for sentries and machine gunners in stationary positions, not troops who had to run and fight in them. The Americans experimented quite a bit with the Brewster body shield, a 40-pound thing made of chrome nickel steel that could actually stop a rifle round. But it was everything but practical, so it was never used on the battlefield. Now that you understand...
I mean, this is actually fucking crazy. Like, imagine having to put this shit on to go to battle. You're just wearing 40 pounds of fucking sheet metal. Some guy walks up to you with a knife and just stabs right in your face hole.
Practical, so it was never used on the battlefield. Now that you understand why these medieval weapons came back, let's go into the raids and how they performed in practice. A handful of men crawling through the darkness could get past the machine guns that would have mowed down a mass assault. They didn't need to cut through barbed wire across an entire front, just find or make a single path through it. They didn't need to overrun a whole trench system, just get into a specific section, do what they came to do, and get out. And because they operated at night, without those massive artillery bombardments announcing their arrival, they could actually achieve surprise in a way that the big attacks never could. But this was only if everything went according to plan, which was rare. While all armies eventually developed trench raiding, the Canadians elevated it to an art form and became the experts in violent nighttime trips into enemy territory. The first major organized trench raid of the war happened on February 28, 1915, when 100 men of the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry attacked German positions near Ypres. They destroyed 30 yards of German trenches, while the raid cost 5 killed, 7 wounded, and 2 missing. Canadians made another big raid on Petit Du Farm, when 170 volunteers prepared for 10 days with scout patrols, training, and rehearsals. Artillery shelled the enemy wire beforehand, while raiders stripped off anything that could identify them if captured. At 2:30 in the morning on November 17th, they attacked. They achieved complete surprise because the German sentries had taken...
Dude, and then I'm sitting here thinking, you do a surprise night raid on a guy. I know they speak different languages, but there had to be so many moments where a guy's going, please don't kill me. Like, literally, like, beg, even if he's speaking in German and you're a Canadian, like, he's begging for his life and you have to fucking murder him. Like, That's just...
cover from the rain. In just 20 minutes, they killed around 30 Germans.
This is boring. You're a fucking loser, Laser. I'll see you later. I'm blocking you. And he can't see stream.
And captured 12 prisoners along with valuable intelligence, including new rubber gas masks. The casualties were only one man killed, and that was by accidental friendly fire, plus one slightly wounded. You see, the objectives of these raids weren't really about taking ground. The most common purpose was intelligence gathering, capturing prisoners who could be questioned to find out which units were facing you, and whether reinforcements were being brought in, and things like that. Raiders also tried to destroy valuable equipment like machine guns.
Yo, I'm gonna say this. If you think this is boring, you are a lame motherfucker. This is like, bro, this is like history. This shit happened, bro. There are people that are probably in your family that were a part of this, right? And you're not like, wow, they were bludgeoning each other to death 100 years ago in a fucking trench warfare battle. Wow.
Wreck dugouts and simply kill as many enemy soldiers as possible. Valuable equipment like machine guns, wreck dugouts, and simply kill as many enemy soldiers as possible to wear down their numbers. Beyond the practical value, there was also a psychological reason. High Command believed that constant raiding kept the troops aggressive and alert, maintaining what they called the offensive spirit. And there was another purpose that was darker and more cynical. In many...
Yeah, you kind of want to... Dude, it's fucked. You kind of want to instill this, like, anger in your soldiers for the other side. Like, you want them to want to kill people. Like, it's not just like, oh, I want to defend my country. It's like, no, you want them to, like, hold disdain for the people that they're fighting.
Sectors, soldiers on both sides...
That's why they gave them meth? Well, they were giving them meth to stay awake, too. They even did that in, like, World War II and later on. So people would sleep. I mean, dude, that's, like, more modern shit. I mean, it's not like meth. It's more like an equivalent of meth. But, yeah, there was, like, instances where soldiers have to sleep, and you have a guy that's, like, stuck on artillery that's been up for 36 hours just fucking bombarding people so you don't get rushed and killed. That's, like, that's probably happened fucking 10 years ago. Happens now in the military. There's guys that are on fucking drugs just constantly looking at stuff.
Had developed what became known as a live and let live system, basically informal truces, where both sides quietly agreed not to shoot to kill. There were agreements...
What?
Sectors, civ spirit, and there was another purpose that was darker and more cynical. In many sectors, soldiers on both sides had developed what became known as a live and let live system, basically informal truces, where both sides quietly agreed not to shoot to kill. There were agreements not to shell the latrines or attack during breakfast. However, officers used trench raids deliberately to break these arrangements and force their men back into active fighting.
Wow. So they had both, there was like groups of people where both sides were like, hey, this is stupid, let's not kill each other. Like, let's just kind of like, you know, serve our 2-3 years and leave.
Before going over the top, raiders blackened their faces with burnt cork or brown grease. They wore thick rubber gloves to handle barbed wire silently and protect their hands. All rattling gear and shiny objects were stripped off. Raiders carried those weapons we mentioned optimized for close-up silent killing. Then, when silence no longer mattered, they used bombs and pistols, and operations were timed to a maximum of 20 minutes, so they could hopefully slip back before the enemy reinforcements would arrive.
Did they not have shotguns? Like, I mean, this looks like a shotgun here. This is just an image. But, like, what shotguns existed in, like, 19... There was a Steven hammerless double barrel 12 gauge. Because I'm thinking, like, that's probably the most effective gun in a trench. You just kind of walk down and fucking slug round, you know? Yeah, they had shotguns. But they weren't as, like, effective. It's like a double, you know, you're getting 2 shells out, then you got to reload. But it's like, yeah, they had one of these. It's not, though. I mean, yeah. I don't know. It depends how they're jumping in.
Now actually,
and are they all running one way? I feel like at night too. It's pitch black. You're just hearing gunfire go off. Maybe there's like lamps or lights somewhere, but like you're fighting in the full dark. Like, you know how often you probably accidentally killed your fucking teammate?
Carrying out a trench raid was an extremely dangerous and complicated business, and the raiders had a whole series of obstacles that could get them killed at any.
The trench gun. A Winchester 1897. Wow. Yeah. That's what I was more so talking about. This shit fucking clears. Like, you're just running.
Stage. The first challenge was simply crossing no man's land, which was usually several hundred yards across, though in some places it could be as narrow as 30 feet. The terrain itself was a nightmare of mud and shell craters, littered with debris, rotting corpses, and tangles of barbed wire. Raiders moved on their bellies, crawling forward inch by inch through the darkness. The great thing, as one soldier put it, was patience. If you went slow enough and kept on your belly, you couldn't be heard or seen. The wire was a major obstacle. Barbed wire was sometimes 30 feet wide and 5 or 6 feet tall, with multiple rows of iron stakes and strand upon strand of barbed wire. Some had empty tins hung on them that would rattle and give warning if anyone touched it. Wire cutting parties would sometimes go out nights before the raid to cut paths, so
you're spending hours crawling and then you hear a can rattle and then people get alerted of your position, man.
Raiding party would spend less time in the open. At any moment during the crossing, raiders faced the terrifying possibility of illumination. Both sides used star shells, which were artillery rounds that burst at a certain height and lit up a magnesium flare hanging from a small parachute. When one went up, it blazed brightly for a minute or more, lighting up no man's land like midday sun. The Germans also used pistol flares that gave light for 10 or 15 seconds. The instant raiders saw a flare going up, they would freeze, not daring to move until the light died. Any movement caught in the glare would bring down machine gun fire immediately. One veteran explained that you had to keep your head down and your eyes closed because if you watched the light, your eyes would reflect it, and the enemy sentries...
Like, this is making me... Dude, I can't imagine having to do this.
Looking into the darkness would spot you more easily. Then the next thing to take care of were the sentries. Both sides...
And you're just literally sitting there praying you don't die. Like, you hear that light go off, you just gotta go... for like a minute and just wait.
Kept listening posts out in no man's land, in front of the main trench line, specifically to detect enemy parties. If they spotted anything suspicious...
Like, what the fuck is this, dude? He's got his ear connected to a fucking trombone. What the hell is this?
Anything suspicious, they
listening for people?
They would immediately raise the alarm, and the whole front would start firing into no man's land. So, raiders had to find these listening posts and either avoid or silence them. Standard practice was to creep slowly up on the sentries and then kill them as quietly as possible in the silence of the night. Enemy patrols were another danger. Both sides sent men out into no man's land at night, so there was always a chance that
oh my god, you would have run into another group of fucking people. Oh my god. I didn't even think about that. Because both sides are trying to raid each other. You're fucking crawling with 30 other guys, and then you just pass a dude. And you gotta fucking look at it, and now you just gotta fight.
Raiding party would run into an enemy patrol doing the same thing. These encounters could turn into desperate hand-to-hand battles in the shell holes and craters of no man's land.
And then do you bomb everyone? Like, what happens there? Like, say you know you're a German and you have a trench raid going on. You're Canadian, you have a trench raid going on. You pass each other. Are both sides that are still in the trenches now bombarding everybody with shells, or is it like, okay, we just have to let them duke it out?
Raiders and patrols also learned that when the enemy wasn't firing any shots and wasn't sending up any flares, it meant that they also had a patrol out somewhere nearby. When two patrols of opposing sides accidentally met in no man's land, they sometimes let each other pass without fighting because they...
I was actually thinking that because it's like, if you pass the other guys, it's like, hey, good luck. And you just fucking move. Because it's like, you're all dying if you fight each other versus the chance of both of you letting it go and being like, good luck to you. I hope my men kill you.
Both knew that if someone started shooting, the whole front section would open
Everyone dies. Everyone dies. It's either you let each other pass or everyone goes.
Nobody was coming back to their line. So, sometimes they just let each other go their separate ways. Once the raiders actually reached the enemy trench and dropped inside, the brutal and up-close fighting began immediately. Every second spent in the enemy trench was another second for enemy soldiers in neighboring sections to grab their weapons and come running, so they had to make it count. They used the chaos and confusion, killed as many soldiers as they could, threw grenades into dugouts, destroyed equipment, and if possible, captured prisoners. Then the return journey was usually the most dangerous part of all. The raiders were now moving quickly, possibly dragging unwilling prisoners or wounded comrades through no man's land back to their lines. Machine guns and artillery could sweep across no man's land at
I always wonder, like, what did the average person think war was like at this time? Like, did they know this is, like, the conditions that people were living in and dealt with? Like, during Vietnam and, like, World War II, it's, like, later where there was more media and more capability to understand that. But, like, if you were just, like, an American citizen, or not an American citizen, let's say you're a German citizen, and World War I's going on, do you know, like, the reality of, like, what they're dealing with? Or is it, like, all propaganda to where, like, they're like, oh, we're winning, everybody's doing fine?
any moment. In all that chaos
Just kind of feeding you shit.
and darkness, many raiders got disoriented, lost their sense of direction, and jumped into a trench with a sense of relief, only to realize they had made a terrible mistake. They came back to the enemy trench, where the soldiers inside weren't quite happy to see them. Friendly fire was another concern on the return, even if nothing else had killed you somehow.
You have people beefing in the comments? Where?
The sentries in your own trench knew a raiding party was out, but in the confusion of darkness and incoming fire, it was easy for an understandably nervous man to shoot at shapes coming over the parapet. Password systems were set up so returning raiders could identify themselves when challenged, hopefully.
Oh my God.
But then sometimes the sentry was relieved and the new one didn't get the information.
New one didn't get information, or you're just running on like fucking an hour of sleep and you see a guy, your first instinct is, he's gonna kill me, I have to kill him.
About the raiding party that might be coming back in a few hours. And all of this effort, all of this risk was for objectives that often seem trivial to the men who were dying doing them.
Yeah, literally, okay, it's trivial. Okay, we're gonna take this trench that's 100 yards ahead of us, just to take the next trench, just to take the next trench.
The officers 30 miles behind the lines wanted to know what was going on the opposite side, so they simply ordered someone to go and take a look. Many trench raiding operations were never mentioned outside of command because the men simply went out and none of them ever returned. And even if the raid was successful without many casualties, it would likely only bring retaliation the following night. Armies gradually developed purpose-built weapons for trench fighting. The pistol, which had previously been just a secondary weapon or something officers carried, became essential for raiding parties. The British Webley revolver worked well in mud, but it only held 6 rounds. The Colt M1911 was highly prized by the Americans, while the Germans had their Luger. The MP-18 was the real breakthrough for trench fighting. Chambered in 9mm firing at about 400 rounds per minute from a 32-round drum magazine, it gave German stormtroopers devastating firepower in the tight spaces of trenches. Only about 3,000 actually saw frontline combat, but the MP-18 proved the concept worked, and it set the pattern for most submachine guns that came after it. The American contribution to trench weapons was the infamous Winchester Model 1897 trench shotgun. The most interesting thing you've surely heard about this gun was what they called slam fire. Unlike modern pump-action shotguns, the M1897 didn't have a trigger disconnector, which meant it fired.
What? So you didn't even... No, it wasn't boom, boom. You just held the trigger down and just pumped, and it would shoot? It would just go doom, 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 doom. Oh my God, I can't fucking imagine. Dude, that was 1915.
Every time the action closed, as long as the trigger was held down. A trained soldier could fire all 6 shells in about 2 seconds, making it impossible not to hit a large number of enemy soldiers. It worked so well that the German government formally protested against the use of shotguns, threatening to execute soldiers captured with them or even shotgun shells, arguing that they caused unnecessary suffering. The Germans were then reminded of their flamethrower.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that, but it's like the fucking world in general is unnecessary suffering.
And poisonous gases as examples of weapons that actually caused unnecessary suffering, and were told that if they retaliated against soldiers captured with shotguns, the response would be much worse. The close quarters killing in the trenches also forced armies to develop proper hand-to-hand combat training, and programs in jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling were implemented on all sides. As the war ground on, both sides began to realize that small-scale raiding, while useful, would never win the war by itself. What was needed was a way to apply those same principles of speed, surprise, and close-quarters violence on a much larger scale. And that is exactly what the Germans set out to create. They created the first official stormtrooper unit with an idea that would change trench warfare and show the first reliable way to break the deadlock. Instead of attacking the whole width of the front, like every failed offensive before, stormtroopers would attack key points only. They would completely bypass strong points, leaving those for the follow-up waves to deal with and seep into the enemy's rear to overrun artillery batteries and command posts.
So they'd get in, and then they would make it so you're panicking about people coming from all fronts rather than just having to look forward or, like, left where they're at. Like, you're kind of, you're pressuring them to a point where they don't even know where you're going to be coming from.
The idea was to cut frontline troops off from their headquarters and supply depots, and the whole system would collapse from within. Now this was a completely
then they're just trapped.
different approach from the trench raiders we talked about earlier. Raiders would slip in, gather intelligence, and slip back out. Stormtroopers had a different objective. They would create breaches that regular infantry could then pour through and exploit. This required a complete change in how commanders thought about battle. Junior officers were encouraged to lead through their own personal judgment rather than waiting for orders from above, because independence, quick thinking, and resourcefulness were needed in real time in order to succeed. Stormtroopers were elite soldiers, recruited from volunteers, mostly men under 25 with athletic backgrounds. They carried satchels full of grenades, and when the MP-18 submachine gun became available, stormtroopers got priority for them. They also used Luger pistols with an extended 32-round drum magazine and a shoulder stock. They even had flamethrowers and a lighter version of the MG-08 machine gun that could be brought forward during an attack. And of course, trench clubs, knives, maces, and other tools for the inevitable hand-to-hand fighting in the end. Italy developed its own elite assault forces around the same time called the Arditi, which means the daring ones. But unlike the Germans, who spread assault tactics throughout the whole army, the Italians kept their elite units separate. Some Arditi units became infamous for choosing to fight with nothing but grenades and their signature daggers. They did achieve real successes, and they terrified enemy troops who faced them, but at tremendous cost. They had an extremely high casualty rate, unsurprisingly, and many raids ended simply with nobody from the party ever returning. They were strictly volunteers, chosen from the bravest and fittest soldiers available. But it was the German stormtroopers who proved just how devastating these new tactics could be when applied on a large scale. At the Battle of Caporetto in October 1917, German stormtrooper units led an attack that captured 265,000 Italian prisoners and advanced over 60 miles toward Venice. Erwin Rommel, 1917. German stormtrooper units led an attack that captured 265,000 Italian prisoners.
What? They captured 265,000 prisoners in one attack?
And advanced over 60 miles toward Venice. Erwin Rommel, who would become one of the most famous German generals of the next war, was a 26-year-old stormtrooper commander at the time. With just 150 men, he captured 1,500 Italian prisoners in a single action by finding hidden paths through Italian positions and attacking from behind when nobody expected him. Caporetto showed what stormtroopers could do, but
yeah, because then you don't need to kill them. If you close them off entirely and they know they're gonna die, they'll surrender.
Germany's real target was always the Western Front, and soon they would get their chance. When Germany ended the war with Russia in March 1918,
unless it's Japan in World War II.
Nearly 50 divisions were transferred west. For the first time since 1914, Germany actually outnumbered the Allies on the Western Front. This was their chance to win the war before American troops arrived in overwhelming numbers. The spring offensive began with over 1 million shells fired in just 5 hours, the biggest artillery barrage of the entire war. Fog, on the morning of March 21st, allowed stormtroopers to slip deep into British positions without being seen. They achieved the deepest advances on the Western Front since 1914, pushing forward 40 miles in 2 weeks. For the first time in years, warfare became mobile again, and it even looked like Germany might actually have a chance to win the war. But the problem was that the Germans had not expected such success, and they weren't adequately prepared to take advantage of it.
Snowball it.
Stormtroopers quickly moved faster than their own artillery could follow, and supply lines collapsed over the cratered wasteland the artillery had created. The best—
Yeah, it's like okay, I'm not really trying to relate this to a video game, but it's like overextending. Like, you take an advantage, and then they're just steamrolling, but all the backup that they need is too far behind. So then they're just, like, at a point where they're so far deep, and now there's reinforcements on the other side coming, and they have nobody behind them.
Men had been pulled out of regular units and concentrated into storm units, and these elite soldiers suffered disproportionately heavy casualties that simply couldn't be replaced. The offensive eventually stalled, and this failure was part of why Germany ultimately lost the war. What followed was an Allied counterattack with over 400 tanks and the biggest combined force attack until then. By autumn, over 100,000 German prisoners had been taken, and the armistice came on November 11th, 1918. Europe in 1914 was considered the pinnacle of modern civilization, the most technologically advanced society the world had ever seen. And yet this modern war spiraled into the most primal and savage form of combat known to man. Despite artillery, machine guns, aeroplanes, submarines, warships, and tanks, it all eventually ended with clubs and sharpened shovels.
Dude, I will watch this horror of
You've
nuclear
probably
weapons
seen
one
what an
a
atomic
different day. This YouTuber is fucking awesome. That was a great video. When did that come out? 3 months ago? That shit is nuts, dude. All right. I have to piss, and then we're going to hop into the next video. Lay Nas Real for the sub, Hugo for the 3, Stitchy Tragic for the sub, Adidas, Andy Hex, Z Swift, TD Keiki, Noah Z, Layla Mick, X Misty, DBT, M4 Afghan, Every Faber, Hugo for the sub, Dutella for the 3, Julius and Mad Cord for the sub, SN, thank you for the 3, Tony for the 3, Aspect of Crib, thank you for the sub, Ty Dill for the sub, him for the sub, Slug for the 3, Stupid Mars and Nutella, thank you for the 3. Yo, count me down like a minute or two. I have to piss so bad. Oh. Hold up. Okay, hold up. Sorry, I'm responding to my thumbnail guy. He sent me like 9 thumbnails and a bunch needed fixes, so I want to get it to him now. Rosa Z and Marvel for the sub, Bad for the sub, Jeeper for the 3. Love the streams. I've been asking for the past couple months. He's used to tell me how I become a mod without, you're not becoming a mod. Hugo for the 3. Nas and Real for the sub. Leahy and Tragic for the sub. I'm sorry, man. It's just like, you're saying, how do I become a mod without begging for it? How do I legitimately become a mod? If you're that aspirational to become a mod, you want it too bad that it disturbs me, and then therefore you just never become a mod. I'm being flat out. Like the chatters in my chat that are like, how do I become a mod? I need to be a mod. You're not going to become a mod. Right? You're too deep. You're too deep. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just like, Becca said I'm next. Well, Becca, it's not like bad you want to become a mod. It's just like, like that's Jeeper. Becca approaches it a different way. Jeeper, I don't know, man. Like that, you can't be like, how do I become a mod? I need to become a mod. I'm just not going to become a mod. Woof this up. That's messed up. Me? If you ask for mod, you're never going to get mod. That's just how it is. Like, you could ask for mod at a certain point, but it's usually like somebody's a VIP and it's like, I need another mod. And they're like, oh, I'll do it. Versus like, I need to be a mod. Like, I'll just, Minecraft Wolf for the sub. Please mod me. I'm a ban everybody in chat and I'm ban people like Cobra. No, that's not even the worry. That's not even the worry. I'm not saying like, oh, people that want to be a mod that bad are just going to be shitty mods. It's that they're going to be like weird. Does that make sense? Like my mods sometimes rage bait me, but they're normal, right? I'm not saying you're not normal, but my mods aren't parasocial, right? Like, they're just like, yeah, I mod for Joe, right? Like, I just watch Joe stream, I mod for Joe. It's like a very normal, it's not like obsessive. Like, the way you sent that message was like, you're itching to be a mod, and that's like, it's not like a job, right? It's not like, I need to see you being a driven person, right? Like, I'm not... If I'm honest, there's like a level of being too driven to be a mod that it's like off-putting, right? I promise I'll be a good knight. I won't do anything stupid. I've spent like $300 asking. Bro, that's another thing. Money doesn't equal mod. Stop giving me money to be a mod. I know this doesn't change your mind, but I love the streams. I won't do anything weird about it. I'm not saying you will, but like... You're approaching it in the entirely wrong way. Does that make sense, bro? Like, you're saying, like, I'm, like, donating about being a mod. I want to be a mod. Like, it's just not going to work, you know? You've also been following me for, like, less than 4 months. Like, bro, most of my mods have been watching me for, like, a while. You know what I mean? Like, even if they're, like, fairly... Like, McChunky, for example, followed me over, like, 3 years ago. He understands the community on a deeper level. Lewis and Cather for the sub. Joan and Tony for the sub. Or even, like, a new mod. Like, Booby Kid 3... Why is your username Booby Kid 322? Also been following 3 years. Why? That is... a username is just... Tony, thank you for the 5. Like, how is that a username? Look at Russo, the Russo Finnish war. Not today. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, /shop, games, /shop. Catherine Jen for the sub. Jack, thank you for the 5. Gifted banana. And Lewis, thank you for the sub. Jeeper for the 3. All right, chat. Reacts today. Tomorrow, we're starting our summer stream schedule. I'm going to be live at 2. We're doing 007, maybe the entire stream, maybe a little Wikipedia speedrun race. I don't really know. We'll see. I'll probably know day of. Tuesday, ideally finish 007, and maybe Marvel Rivals with Tony, or we just finish 007. Wednesday, if we have to, we'll continue 007, try and finish it then, but ideally run Psalm 2, Fierce to Fathom. Thursday, Reacts, Friend Slop, Mecha Chameleon, Berglund Gnomes drops. Friday, Reacts, Try Not to Laugh, Marvel Rivals update, Saturday, Sunday, Not Live. Bunch of random games that next week. Yugi collab. Shift at Midnight drops. A lot of new games coming out. Maybe a Grow Shot review. A bunch of shit. Fnatic and YTD, thank you for the subs. Susie for the 3. For the 5. I could never mod for you. Only catch weekend streams because I have a full-time job. Banana for the sub. Well, I have mods that only pop in here and there, right? It's not like there's mods that are in my chat that like aren't able to make most streams. Like on a given stream, I have like 5 mods in chat, but I actually have like 30 total mods. YTD and Fnatic, thank you for the sub. McChucky said, I hate watch. Yep, you hate watch while you play Roblox Inc. games. YTD and Chewy, thank you for the sub. All right, next video. Lock in. New Jersey is unhinged.
Chicago, Atlanta, Detroit, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Memphis, and of course, Florida. These places are what I like to consider the 7 deadly sins of the United States. Not because they specifically line up with the actual sins, but because the only things that occur at these places are sins. All these cities are some of the...
What about like Miami? He said, wait, did he say, he just said Florida. Like he listed cities and then full states.
Are sins. All these cities are some of the most dangerous and crime-ridden places of all time. With Florida...
Not by percentage. Not by percentage, though. Like, you could say, yeah, there's a lot of crimes in, like, you know, Philly or Chicago, but there's, like, worse places in terms of, like, crime rate.
Being so wild, the whole state is considered. Of course, the most dangerous place in Florida, obviously, is Tarpon Springs. But would you believe me if I were to tell you that there is a...
The Sponge Docs. Dude, Jinxie did a video of that, too, where he, like, walked around... And he went to Tarpon Springs. I fucking watched that shit. Jinxie Tarpon Springs. And he's like interviewing people about it, going...
Ladies and
why does he always start his vlogs like this, bro?
gentlemen, vlogs are officially returning to the YouTube channel.
Jinxie's best video of all time is when he ate a McDonald's cheeseburger dressed like Ronald McDonald and then threw up all over his fucking backyard. That was like 3 years ago. That is the best video he's ever made. It's like 10 minutes long. He's like, there was something on the sandwich, like pickles or something. And he was like, ew, eats it and then just vomits everywhere.
We whipped it into a microwave. Just kind of relive this moment with y'all and sort of
Bro's talking about how rough Tarpon Springs is. That's like a fucking $4 million boat behind him.
show you what Tarpon Springs is all about. Yeah. What's up, bro? In memory of the Spongers of Tarpon Springs, major donor. Look at this, 2002. Now, this spot right here at this statue was my first ever fist fight, life or death situation here, but I was lucky enough to win it. Wow. Excuse me, sir. Oh, that way? This is the iconic Tarpon Springs sponge docks here. You know, rough part though. Like this is sort of the trend.
This looks like the most chill city ever. It's just like a tourist town.
Have a hard bargain. I don't know.
Anesti.
Anesti, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nick. Boat out.
Yeah. Lucky I got rough. You know, I got jumped and stuff. Yeah.
Got jumped?
Wait, you don't think so?
Well, I'm not saying it's impossible.
No,
but it's not very common either.
No, it was really tough. You know, I'm just lucky I made it out. You know, like first time.
What's like the average income of a Tarpon Springs citizen? This is definitely a rough place based off the food. I can tell they're eating gruel here.
Oh my God! How do you...
Oh, he just made a 6-7 joke, and I'm tapped out. All right, back to the video.
place that is so wild, so stupid, and so idiotic that it could rival the places mentioned above? Well, that place exists, and it's a place called New Jersey, my own home turf. After moving here from Texas...
Bro, you're lying then! You are lying then! Anybody that talks shit on New Jersey and acts like it's like a hellscape. It's like you've never been here, right? Are there parts of New Jersey that are dog shit? Yeah, there's parts of every state that are dog shit. Are the people in New Jersey assholes? Yeah, the people in New Jersey are assholes, but you learn to like it, man. You learn to like it. You learn to, here's the thing about the New Jersey, New York, Philly area. Like that whole group of cities. Maybe you could tack in Delaware, but I'm not really going to tack in Delaware. New Jersey, New York, and Philadelphia. People are going to be dickheads to you, but they're going to get your shit done quick. Get in, get out. That's the fucking mentality, okay? You fucking get shit. Hey, can I get this? Yeah, sure. It's this much. All right, great. No fucking good conversations are going to be had between you and a rando, all right? He's going to give you what you want. It's purely transactional. I want this. I give you this. Give me money. Fuck off, right? We go places fast. You walk places fast. You got to get shit done. When you go to the South, like when I was gone for 4 days, if you go somewhere else, like you're in fucking, I don't know, Maryland, Ocean City, Maryland. You're in fucking North Carolina, South Carolina. They have this Southern hospitality, right? Slow moving, but sweet. That shit does not exist in New Jersey at all. That's not a thing, right? Maybe in certain shore towns, people are going to be a little nicer. But in reality, don't look people in the eyes on the street. Just walk. Mind your own fucking business. If you see some homeless guy peeing in a fucking, in a sewer grate, ignore him, right? Walk by. It's just, you see it, right? In New Jersey and New York City, both, right? It's the same shit.
When I was only a few months old, I spent the next 19 years of
Atlantic City, don't talk to people on the side of the road. It's not Atlantic City in the 80s. It's no longer Vegas. It's Atlantic City. There's homeless people and drug addicts everywhere. And realistically, you shouldn't be walking out on the side of the road at fucking 2 a.m. in an alleyway next to the Tropicana. That's on you if you fucking meet a sketchy figure, right? What are you doing that? New Jersey's not a shitty place. It's like, why are you doing that?
I spent the next 19 years of my life getting accustomed to this clown fiesta of a state. But is it all that bad? Is New York just lying to everybody about the Garden State? Well, I'm here to tell you that as a New Jersey resident, the positives of our home soil include Wawa.
Yep.
And that's it.
Okay. I don't, okay, trying to name other positives. We got Wawa. Yeah, the weather's nice some parts of the year. Weed's legal. It's in close proximity to fun places that aren't in New Jersey. All right, I'm not really making a great case here.
And that's it.
Oh, New Jersey Shore, it's not as good as any other beaches. So, no, I can't make that case either. New Jersey Shore, while it's good, yeah, it's like most other beaches are better.
Yeah, just Wawa. If I could describe New Jersey in one word, it would be confusing. Like, back in March, for like 2 days, it was over 80 degrees, and then the next day, it was fucking snowing outside. And don't even get me started on the driving skills of the residents here. You know what they say, if you can drive in Jersey, you can drive anywhere. Except maybe India. So,
I don't know. I've driven in multiple states. I will say I haven't driven in every state, so I can't vouch that, like, New Jersey's the worst state to drive in. But it is a daily occurrence. You will see somebody no blinker rip a Jersey slide across a fucking 6-lane highway. They'll just go into the off lane, 85 miles an hour. All right, full left to full right, and they'll merge off on an off-ramp going 80. It's like, okay, yeah, somebody just does that.
I was inspired, as a proud American citizen, to look over the state.
But I don't think people in New Jersey are bad drivers. That's the thing. I don't think people in New Jersey are bad drivers. They're dangerous drivers, which maybe you interpret as bad, but I would say it's more like, you know, you got to lock in. Like, if you're driving on an interstate in New Jersey, you really got to tap in of, like, where, like, especially this area right here. Like, right in the heart of, like, Newark, New Brunswick, bro. Ooh. Oof. Or even New York or Philly over here. Like, this is where shit gets bad.
I live in. And today, I want to share some fun facts about this place, as well as go over some people who've done some pretty stupid shit here. So let's first begin with the laws that ordeal in New Jersey, starting with possibly the #1 thing New Jersey is known for.
You can't pop your own gas?
The fact that we don't fill our own gas. In fact, it's illegal to do that here, according to the Retail Gasoline Dispensing Safety Act. That was enacted all the way.
I pumped my own gas in New Jersey like twice. They'll come out and yell at you, and then they'll just do it for you. The odds that you actually get fined are pretty low.
Back in 1945. The act exists for safety reasons to ensure that nobody blows themselves up, but it apparently only exists in our state now, so imagine your grandparents from a different...
So weird to me. Yeah, there's like a large... I know how to pump my own gas because I've driven everywhere, and it's like not hard, but there is like a pretty large amount of people in New Jersey that have never pumped their own gas in their life. So they don't know how. When it's like, you literally just tap card, hit fuel octane level, take pump out, open cap.
They try to visit you in New Jersey, and they'd fill up...
So are people stealing gas? No, I think they say it's a safety thing, but it really just creates jobs. Because every gas station has, like, gas attendants.
Gas, but instead, they pump up their own gas, and all of a sudden, the feds bust from the ceiling and bag dump your grandparents. Now, that was obviously a joke, but the actual punishment is that you have to pay a fine between $50 to $250 on your first offense.
That's if they charge you, though. That'd be like if a cop saw you doing it.
And any subsequent offenses after that are a $500 fine. Now, imagine your grandparents are coming for your birthday, and they got some birthday money for you. But because they made the serious mistake of pumping their own gas, you don't get any birthday money for that new video game.
Yeah, I mean, he's over-exaggerating it, though. Like, unless you're at a gas station literally at, like, 1 in the morning and there's just, like, nobody out there for some reason. Like, if you pull up to a Wawa, there's, like, 2 to 3 gas station attendants there the entire time. Like, you wouldn't even have the time to pull up, get out of your car, and start pumping your own gas before somebody walks up to your window and goes, "What's going on, boss?" And I go, "Fill it regular." He goes, "No problem." "Receipt?" "Nope." "Have a good one." And he taps the car. That's like the average interaction.
Wanted. Another weird law is that you can't sell handcuffs to minors. If you do that, it's...
Never knew that.
6 months in the slammer and a $1,000 fine. Now this one isn't that outrageous, but like...
Yeah, but that's just like a random law you Googled. I don't think anybody's thinking about that on an average basis.
The fact that this law exists is kind of odd because why would a minor need handcuffs? Just use a zip tie to apprehend someone. It's also illegal to wear a bulletproof vest when committing violent crimes. So if you were planning on robbing a card shop to make a $7 profit with Pokemon cards, hold the vest, because it's a crime to be cautious about your life nowadays. But you know what else is a crime in New Jersey? Being annoying. Specifically, in Haddon Town.
Offending or annoying people in public? No way. It makes it illegal to approach a member of the opposite sex who you do not know to become acquainted with against their will on a public street, except in the transaction of legitimate business. Entice a member of the opposite sex to commit an unlawful act or invite them to doing any indecent or unnatural act. Really?
Township. They have an ordinance where it's illegal to annoy someone of the opposite sex in public. Oh, what's that, Sarah? Little Jimmy was telling you that you and all the other girls have cooties? Hang his ass tomorrow! He needs to die! But... you want to know what the weirdest law in New Jersey is? It's a law that today might not be in effect anymore, but at some point back in the day it was. And it has to do with our dear capital, Trenton. Apparently at some point...
nobody goes to, bro. Trenton, New Jersey.
It was
random ass fucking place.
Illegal to throw bad pickles onto the streets of Trenton, and it was also illegal to eat pickles on Sundays.
How do you know that? Was that really a crime?
Let me repeat that again. It was illegal.
They revisited the pickle ordinance, which states that you can't eat pickles in Trenton on a Sunday. Why was that? You can't throw bad pickles on a street. Was there like a problem, like an epidemic where people were fucking just dumping bad pickles onto the street?
To eat pickles on a Sunday. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Why was this a law to begin with? So what? You can't go to Chick-fil-A's on Sundays, you can't sell cars on Sundays, and you can't eat pickles on Sundays? Like, the fuck is gonna happen to me? I go to Trenton on a Saturday, take a bite of a pickle in my chicken sandwich, and are so sensible and responsible, and nothing ever left it. The amazing people who call this state their home. Let me tell you,
bro, but I hate that. Like, I like Jersey Shore. Half of these people are not from New Jersey. Jersey Shore was like 15 years ago. So, no, like, even when Jersey Shore existed, bro, very few people rocked the frosted tips Pauly Shore spray tan look. Or not Pauly Shore. Oh my God, what is his name? What is his name? Fucking, not Snooki. Snooki, there's a, Pauly D. Why am I saying Pauly Shore?
let me tell you, the people who live here are some of the smartest people here. These guys are so sensible and responsible, and nothing ever bad or crazy happens here. Now, what I just said is what we gamers like to call a fucking lie. You think Florida crimes are insane? Well, they are, but we've got some wild people here. Let me ask you a question. We're all familiar with NBA Youngboy, the man with the most
SCP Black Veridian. I'm off that video, bro. I'm so sorry. I am off that video, bro. I am just like... So I can't eat pickles at a Chick-fil-A on a Sunday, bro. Lunch, thank you for the 3. Lunch, thank you for the 350 bits. Glass to the sub, Lorenzo for the 3. I'm Mr. Beast on an alt account. Hazy and Bonnie for the sub. Ty and Shade, thank you for the sub. Dan and No Clip, thank you for the raid. Dalla and Hoff, thank you for the sub. TTV, Waffle, Diz, and Dan, thank you for the sub. Quackle for the 3. Realize how weird it was. I've been thinking about getting into psychology, philosophy. Have you ever done PSEO classes? No. I also went to New Jersey, New York from Minnesota. Oh my God, the best place I've ever lived. Want to live there so bad. It's my people. Love you, Joe. Kerman B, thank you for the sub. Kim and V, thank you for the sub. Jada for the 3. Favorite philosophical textbook? I don't know if I really have a favorite. I do like, you know, reading like Friedrich Nietzsche, but I haven't read philosophy in a little bit. Dill, thank you for the 3. How many bets set up? Fuck him. Not doing that. YT and Chewy, thank you for the sub. Fanatic. Gorilla for the sub. Swoosh, thank you for the 3. X, thank you for the 5. Gifted Banana for the sub. Lunch for the 3. Yo, sorry I tapped out of that video, bro. I don't think that was an L skip, man. I don't know. I was getting like annoyed. Like, you think the Florida laws are crazy? Let me bring up 3 random crimes that a New Jersey person committed fucking 12 years ago to show you how crazy all 9 million people in New Jersey are. Like, what? We're talking about the pickle ordinance for an hour. Woozy for the sub. He was exaggerating everything. I think that's what it was. Like, I know I exaggerate shit, but it was like, it's like there's a level of being like, all right, let's actually talk about New Jersey. But it's like, no, we're just like talking about how you're going to get fined for pumping your own gas. And then we're going on to like how being in New Jersey's a hellscape. Like, it was just overdone, you know? I don't know. SCP Black Veridian. This is a horror one. That's why I turned my lights off. After this, after this, we'll probably talk about Obsession. So I know it's spoilers, but that's the last video we're going to do. We got this first. Woozy for the sub. SCP Black Veridian. Lock in. It's always like fucking military guys. Every one of these videos, they're like enclosing on a fucking drug den. And then there's like a weird fucking monstrosity. I don't know what Black Veridian is. So we're going to see. I haven't heard of this one specifically. I just love SCP videos. Reminded me of Ready or Not, bro. The whole bot team breaching. What are they breaking into right now? What is this about? I have no idea. We're gonna find out.
Index. Good run, guys. Good run. Keep getting jammed
Oh, was that like a training mission?
up in that fucking doorway. Probably picking up in the.
Guys.
Other than that, everything was a good run. Could probably work on your footwork over there, probably.
Yeah, footwork felt
Yeah,
sloppy,
keep
but it was
doing
okay.
those.
Yeah, man.
Could have been a little quicker coming in the front, but that's all right.
Hey, what's up?
We're training for military action, but he's wearing Adidas flats. Sorry. You gotta have flexible gym shoes. Would somebody die? Oh, fuck. Christopher Thorne. Is this going on YouTube? This will be in the VOD. This won't be a YouTube video, though. Why not? Because I'm not commentating. I don't like doing reacts if I don't flesh it out. And short horror films like this or like SCP videos, I tend to just be more watcher than a commentator. I wonder who that is in relation to him. Like his friend or a family member. It's like realistic grieving, though, genuinely. Like, that was good acting.
I can kill him.
Oh. Oh, God. He had to have been like the brother of the guy that died. People are saying, what's happening? Chat, we don't know. There was a military practice or like a cop practice. This guy that's going to about to open the door got called by the sheriff. Somebody died. They showed up to the funeral. We have no idea who this character is.
Got a lot of fucking nerve.
Whoa! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, stop! He was my friend. No one else in that fucking church was his friend but me. Like, I was there, okay? I found him, and I tried everything that I could. I'm fucking sorry, man.
Adam, where did you get the drugs, Adam?
Oh, he died of a drug overdose?
Don't fucking lie to me! Where? I don't know! Okay. Stop. Okay.
Oh, he's the drug dealer.
He started to go to a different guy, and he took me once, okay? He was telling me that was the best shit that he's ever had, better than anyone else. So I went with him, and when I showed up, this is something. It was all. So I fucking freaked. Something was different.
Brother said porn level acting. Dude, this is pretty good acting, IMO. Porn level acting is like far worse, buddy. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Today. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. I've been crying ever since.
All right, he's dragging it a little bit.
Where, Adam?
Dude, I feel like most drug dens in real life aren't actually like this now. It's just like a regular home. It's like an abandoned building. What are they doing? Will they get high there and then left? Subtitles? Should I throw on subtitles? I kind of like how quiet it is. Oh, his son died. I don't know if that's his son. He doesn't seem that old. So he looks like he could be like late 30s. I feel like he's not that far from them. Like, they don't see him. He's not, like, in a ghillie suit. He's just kind of sitting. He's, like, sitting in a bush. People observed. Multiple people observed coming and going. Still no sign of property owner. Oh, he wants to know who the guy is that fucking has this place. Oh, God. Bro, he's pulling up alone? I cannot imagine having to sweep a drug den solo. Like, you could just get blasted right now. I'd be flicking on the lights, man. Weird, he's not hitting rainbow QE. He's not QEing enough. Aloe? What was that? Ew. Is this a bathtub? Oh my God. Wow, quick reaction. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, he just shot. What? Did you just get teleported to an alternate dimension? What the fuck just happened? Yo, if this happened to me, I would think that when that person rushed me, like, I wouldn't think that I'm dealing with some supernatural shit. I would think that I just died and now I'm in the afterlife and that's the Grim Reaper. Like, I would not be like, oh, yeah, I'm, like, in another dimension. I'd be like, oh, I'm dead. Like... Why do they keep pointing that way? You gotta walk into the woods? Oh, fuck this. Oh my god, he's gone. McChunky, stop. You're a buzzkill? Yeah, you're gonna ask me if you could fucking share your Roblox link, buddy. I'm trying to lock into this short horror film. Fuck. What is happening? Is he like seeing his future? Oh my god, it's daytime now. He's been here all night. I'm leaving. Oh, I'm getting the fuck out of there. Oh, it's gonna be behind him. Like, what do you do after experiencing that? How do you make sense of that? Nobody's gonna believe you. It's the drug? But he didn't take any drugs. What?
Everyone, the shoot code 36 status, over. We're rolling in this time. We have a true mission 30.
Bro, don't tell me it just ends. That made no fucking sense. I need to have some bro, you're fucking joking. I need to have some understanding of that.
And you look unaffected.
What?
Your name and unit. Can you please state your name and unit?
My name is with Psi 7.
Can you please state your name and unit for the record?
It was pretty quiet. Initially, my team was tasked with surveilling some property. It was pretty quiet. At about 1,500 hours, we saw a civilian enter the AO. He appeared to be scouting, but his intentions were unknown. He was there for around 2 hours.
That's the guy that we saw that had his son die.
About 1,700. That same civilian returned later on with full kit. We asked intelligence what we should do. They said stay and just continue recon. At around 900 hours, the same individual exited, and he looked unaffected. We let intelligence know again. They advised that they were going to put a tail on him. So after he left, we went ahead and made entry. It was very, very still in there, and it was really hard to see. The visibility was very, very low. We ended up turning around, going back to the opposite threshold. As we were getting close to that threshold, the point man's devices started to go off. We decided to make entry through the threshold. As we did, it entered into this larger room. Point man's equipment starts going off like crazy, and we just see this. And,
oh my, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
We knew immediately that that was outside of our SOP.
I gotta look up what this thing is. Bro, what? Like, I don't understand the story of that. You're not supposed to spoil it? Bro. It doesn't focus on a single numbered SCP item from the wiki, but rather features an original unnamed anomalous entity. Dude, I just want to understand what the fuck that was. Kayla Free, iShow, and Ink, thank you for the sub. Star Under and Tomato, thank you for the sub. Peter, thank you for the three. GL in the Black for the sub. XY, Brooklyn, Tony, Tasty, Ruiz, L Juice, Hibby, 2B20, Sir Lil, D, and Mika, thank you for the three. Lunch, thank you for the three. And the other three in the 350 bits, Lorenzo for the three. Ink for the sub. Chat, I have to piss again, then we're going to hop in to the fucking long rant that I'm about to do. Count me down. All right. Chat, Revan for the sub, Ink and iShow for the sub. Chat, now we are going to be doing a rant. Watching a possibly, this is probably going to be an hour. So I know we only watched like 4 videos today, including this one, but they've just been longer videos. Exclamation point schedule if you know the schedule. Chat, I'm saying this now. I'm going to change the title. We're going to be spoiling the movie Obsession, okay? The reason I chose this to be the last video is because if you don't want to see the spoilers, click off the fucking video, okay? You got to tap out of the stream. We're going to be talking about the movie Obsession, the horror movie that just dropped. I'm very excited to talk about it. I'm going to share my opinions on the film. And I watched it like 2 weeks ago. Or a week ago, week and a half ago, and I did like a short rant about how I liked it, but I didn't say anything about the movie. We're going to actually be watching somebody talk about the movie, and I'm obviously going to be ranting about it myself. If you haven't seen it, you know, and you don't care about spoilers, feel free to say. If you have seen it, feel free to say. If you want to see it and you care about spoilers, click off the stream now, please. Lupun, Chad for the sub, Ohm, and Balaz for the sub, Revan for the sub. So I will see you guys tomorrow at 2 EST if you are dipping. I'm not expecting everybody to stay. I know people want to see the movie and they don't want to spoil it, so I understand. But we're going to watch this now for probably an hour, rant about it. But yeah, W for the people that want to stay, tap in, whatever it is. The Backrooms movie, Obsession. Curry Barker's Obsession film.
Obsession.
Which I'm going to say, before you even get into this, Obsession is way darker than you think. I think Obsession is... the recency bias definitely included, but I think Obsession is the best horror movie that I have ever seen. I think it wasn't cheap scares, and I too used the term scary in a different video, and a lot of people got mad because they were like, well, horror films don't have to be scary. And I'm like, well, I use scary and horror interchangeably. I know the definitions are different, but it's like, this movie brought a level of discomfort that I had never experienced watching a movie before. Not to the level of like gore or grossness that Terrifier has, just pure like stress. This was the most stressful movie I think I've ever watched. The entire film, I was watching it like this in the movie theater because it's that disturbing in general. I'll turn it on. I'm gonna pause a lot to talk about specific scenes and just what I think about the movie in general. I hope Curry Barker is a director in fucking 85 movies in the upcoming years because, my God, this was a great movie. And I think the actors were great, too. Is it gory? I wouldn't say that this movie's that gory outside of, spoiler alert, this whole thing's going to be a spoiler alert. Outside of the one scene where Bear is talking to, it's like near the end of the film. What's her name? Not Nikki. It's the other girl. Bear is, hold up, JoJo's calling me. He said, me too. What is he doing on stream? He said, come game with me and Dante. I'm watching a video about obsession. Then maybe what are you gaming? I do have other shit I gotta do today. He said, you're so cute. What am I doing right now? Oh my God, he's calling me. Hello? Yo, what's up?
Hey, bro, come on.
I have to watch, bro. I wanted to rant about the movie Obsession so bad. I have to do this video.
Bro, let's just be let's be fucking spontaneous, bro.
Bro.
It's Sunday, like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, just come get with me and Dante.
I'm starting the video right now, though. I was just ranting about it while you called me.
Bro, the beauty of humanity is the beauty of choice, bro, which means you, and also, bro, the magic of editing. You know what I mean? We could put a pause on this real quick, you know.
What game are you playing?
Okay, so it's a brand new game that just came out, Summer Games Fest. It's Sand Raiders of Sophie, bro.
What's the name of the game?
Sand Raiders of Sophie.
It's on Steam.
Huh?
It's on Steam.
Yes, they're doing a server slam right now. It's where you like build a big ass base and then you like, you know what I mean? You like destroy, like, bro, like, you know, it looks really cool, bro. Because you don't even give it a try.
JoJo, I'm gonna be real. I'm looking at the game right now, and I think I'm gonna pass.
No. Hear me out, bro. But like, okay, please.
Are you? What do you need? Like 3 people to play the game?
I feel like it would be
JoJo, I'm gonna be real. I don't think I'm playing this game right now, bro.
Bro, what if you are missing out on like a life-changing experience? Like,
I don't think I'm missing out on a life-changing experience. The game's not even out yet.
Comes out in 2 days though, and we can try it out. Be the first to do it.
I'd try it out, but I don't think I'm gonna be tapped into the play test, brother.
All right. Hey, man,
I'm sorry, man.
No, it's fine. No, it's don't worry about it. All right, man. Well, hey, man, take care. You know what I mean? God bless you.
I hope you have a good stream, bro. I hope you have fun playing the sand game.
Yeah, it's not called. It's Sand Raiders of Sophie. But
all right. Yeah, Sand Raiders of Sophie.
Yeah. No. All right, yeah, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one. Hold up. I'm gonna pull up his stream. Oh, he's on my stream. Hold up. I'm gonna pull up his stream.
Yeah, hey, Joe. Hey, Joe, don't even bother pulling it up, bro. Don't even bother pulling it up. Don't even bother pulling it up, man. Don't even bother. Yo, hey, yeah, Dante, bro. Sorry, Joe said. So I asked Joe Bart if he wanted to play it. He said, "Fuck no, I'm not playing. Especially if I'm Dante's there. That guy can kiss my ass." That's what he said, just like that. I couldn't believe it.
That's not what I said.
What the fuck? I just seen his clip of him defending black people. This is insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Can you believe it, man? Oh, not what I said? Sure, pal. Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry, bro. I mean, sadly, this really, sadly, this says a lot about Joe, man. But I guess we'll just enjoy our little sand game. You guys enjoy your little sand game. I'll be over here doing what I actually want to do. All right, Joe. All right, man, for sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I thought he was
you have any
cool.
words for Joe? He's watching this. So you have any words for him? Anything? Like any words of?
Yeah, no, I thought he was cool, bro. I thought he was cool, man.
Yeah.
What a fucking loser. Fuck Joe.
All right, anyways, back to what I was saying. Editor, snap back in right now. As I was saying about Obsession, the only real gory scene is when he's talking to Sarah in the car, in the whole scene, chat. I don't know if my editor's able to somehow pull a clip and mute it where it's like you could just have the still frame of them talking. The way they're angling it, you could tell that Nikki's just going to fucking run through the window and start smashing his head in. And that was the goriest scene. That was like Terrifier level gore, smushed her face into a million pieces into a steering wheel. That was horrible. I didn't breathe. To put it in perspective, the reason I say Obsession's one of the scariest films I've seen isn't because of jump scares. It's just the pure horror aspect left me feeling so uneasy that I think I was genuinely breathing once every 30 seconds.
Brand new horror movie. In this video, we will be diving straight into its deeper themes.
And I love the simpleness of the idea of the wish, right? And the one wish Willow in the senses of like you have to word it perfectly, otherwise you get fucked over.
And symbolism. There will be spoilers. Let us begin. The premise is so simple, but what emerges from it is one of the deepest descents into darkness that I have ever witnessed on a cinema screen. Baron, or Bear as he's known, fancies Nikki.
He is the villain. He is the villain. We were talking about it, and I was like, well, he's just an idiot. And then I was thinking back on it, and I'm like, there's multiple instances where he could have fixed it and just didn't. And it's like the wish in premise is already fucked up. But like he could have just been like, I wish I had the confidence to ask Nikki out. But his dumbass goes, I wish Nikki loved me more than anything in the world. What a dork. And then while she's asleep, she's like fighting the demon and she's like aware and she's like, kill me. And then he just doesn't.
And he gets an opportunity to ask her out. His friend...
And it's also like, I know they needed this, so I'm not complaining about the movie. I think the movie, I have literally zero complaints about the film. I'm complaining that Bear is such a dork that he couldn't fucking come up with a better idea than... He went to his friend, and he goes, so let me give you the premise, let me give you the rundown of the film. If you haven't seen the movie, but you don't care about spoilers. There is a character named Bear that moves to this city. One of his best friends is named Nikki. He really likes this girl named Nikki. He's liked this girl Nikki for a while, and he doesn't know how to tell her. And she ends up him, Sarah, Nikki. There's 2 girls and 2 guys. Bear, and what's the other guy's name? It's Nikki and Sarah, and Bear and Ian. And all 4 of them work at the same, like, record shop. And they're all friends. They hang out. They go to the bar together. Nikki's quitting at this job. So Bear's going, I need to ask her out. And she ends up having her crystal earrings fucking fall down a drain or some shit. She loses them. So he goes to like this, you know, like not like a spiritual store that sells like jewelry and other items and candles and incense. And he wants to buy her something nice. And he ends up finding this one wish willow that he plans on giving to her because he knows that she wants to be a writer. He doesn't think anything of it. They don't live in a supernatural world. This is just like wishful thinking, one wish willow. You snap it and you think it'll, you know, come true. He's just being nice. So he drops her off and he plans on asking her out. And instead of asking her out, he folds like a chud. And she even says, if you like me, now's your time to tell me. And he says he doesn't like her like a fucking dork. Forgets to give her the willow. And then he ends up just snapping it and wishing for her to love her or love him more than anybody else in that moment. She ends up walking away. Like right after he snaps it, she like is standing on her porch watching him and is immediately obsessed with him. Goes over his house that night. ends up like sleeping with him. She watches him sleep, which is really weird. So things already in the first day take a dark turn, right? They are sleeping in the same room. He wakes up in bed and she's like in the corner watching him sleep and is like she has like an uncanny look on her face. She's crying. It's really creepy. Also his cat just died. The next day he wakes up and she made like a weird vigil in his kitchen of the dead cat on the ground with candles. And so she dug the cat out of the trash, which was weird that he put it in the trash. I don't know why he didn't bury his fucking cat. Can I say that? That was a side thing of like, Bear's a fucking weirdo. You're so sad about your cat being dead. Imagine throwing it in the trash. Like my dog dies and I just chuck it in the garbage. Like what the fuck? Like bury it, you know, get it cremated. What the fuck? Like just a weird way. Like he puts it in a trash bag. So anyways, she makes this vigil for him, and it's, like, really creepy, and he's like, Bear goes, Nikki, you can't do that. Already I'm going, this motherfucker's not realizing this girl's a psychopath because of his wish. So it takes him a while to understand, and she ends up, like, she doesn't have work that day. It's, like, her last week. She, like, put in 2 weeks. Or they go to work together that day, actually, and she's, like, really in love with him, just watching him all day. And Ian's like, what the fuck, man? Like, she wasn't into you a day ago. He's like, I don't know, man. She just loves me now. It's like, I guess I did the fucking right thing. And Ian's like, you're taking advantage of her. She's, like, clearly going through, like, a drug problem or something. Because it's like, this woman didn't love you like that. And he just doesn't give a fuck. And they end up, like, fucking. And it's, like, the weirdest sex scene you've ever seen in your entire life. No emotion. She's just making the noises. And you could tell that she's, like, possessed. So really creepy. I think that's the night where she actually watches him sleep. And then he tries to go to work the next day, and she's like crying and smiling and crying and smiling, just like a really emotional person, like to a point where it's like abnormal. Like she gets angry, then sad, then happy, then loving, all in the span of like 30 seconds. And then she's like, well, you don't have to go to work. He's like, I have to. He turns around. The whole door is duct tape shut with like 9 rolls of duct tape. Like she tried to blockade him in, and he's like trying to open the door, and it's really funny, like comedic relief. He's like struggling to open the door, and she's like, oh, well, you don't have to leave if the door won't open. He's like, no, I got it, and like rips it open. I'll rant more about the story as we go on, but that's like the base premise, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Milk, thank you for the 1,000 buddies. Everybody, I've been hitting the gym. I was slipping by my fingers. As of now, I'm 42 pounds down, 15 more to go till I hit my goal of 185. That's awesome. It's great that you're taking care of yourself, bro. Your videos bring me enjoyment, help me stay motivated. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help. Levin, thank you for the 3. Klepton, shout out for the sub. Zoe for the sub. Def, thank you for the sub. Sprake, thank you for the raid. Nicole and Kanan, Pig, and Aqua for the sub. Lupu, Revin, Balaz, O, and Shud for the sub. Star and Kayla for the sub. Should I just do a summary of the whole movie? Or before we start, or no? We'll do more as we go.
Ian is egging him on. Even Nikki.
Oh, yes? Okay. So this will be Joe Bart telling the story. As he goes to work after she duct tapes the door shut, she stands in place the entire time she's gone and pisses and shits all over herself. She vomits all over herself. She's covered in like a weird goop, and she doesn't move for like 9 hours. He comes back, and there's actual feces on the floor, and she's like, oh, you're here. And he's like, ew, what the fuck? And she's like, oh, don't worry, I'll clean it. And he wants to go over Ian's house that night, but Ian's like, Nikki's clearly obsessed with you. Nikki can't come. So he says that, like, he's going to go. She gets excited. She starts showering. And then randomly, he's like, oh, well, it's like a guy's night. And she goes, ah! In the shower, like, violently. And it's like, oh, fuck. You're sitting there going, oh, my God. Like, this girl's crazy. So she ends up going to the party, and they're playing Jenga, but it's a version of Jenga. You might have played it at a party or not. It's like Jenga, but there's like dares on the blocks. So as you pull a block, you read it, and you have to do whatever it is. And they're going around, and Sarah has a crush on Bear. Bear knows this, but Bear, for some dork-ass reasons, obsessed with Nikki. Sarah's a beautiful girl. She's very nice. She likes Bear. Bear doesn't like her. I'm Bear. Sarah's here. Sarah pulls a block, and it says, Or does Bear pull the block? Bear pulls a block, and it says, like, kiss the person to your left, which would be Sarah. And that's where you see this scene of Nikki frowning, where she looks up, and she's like this. She slow walks behind Sarah on a wooden floor, pulls her chair back, like, stands in front of where Sarah was, and then kisses him. Basically says she'll, like, kill anybody that, like, wants to be with him. And it's really fucking weird. And everybody's uncomfortable, and then she's like, okay. She was like, I'm joking, and nobody laughs. And then she's like, okay, I'm not joking, for, like, fuck you guys. Randomly snaps out of it, right? So, like, real Nikki comes back, starts freaking out, breaks a glass bottle, starts stabbing herself in the eye. Snaps back in, goes, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And then goes to the hospital. Bear brings her back, and he's like, and everybody's like, what the fuck? And through this whole thing, Bear's telling no one any of the weird shit. Bear's like, I don't know, man, she's just going through something. Her dad died. She lied about her dad having cancer or something. And when Bear brought it up, she, in the middle of a restaurant, has like a fucking full-on meltdown. Anyways, I'm skipping some things. Fast forward, she packs him lunch one day for work. He goes, he eats it. On a sticky note, it's like, for my love, Bear, and he wants to be a food critic. On the back of the note, it says, how does cat taste? And Sarah's reading the note, and she's like, what does it mean, how does cat taste? And he's eating his own dead cat that Nikki filleted, cut up, and put into a sandwich. He throws up, and that's really weird. It gets to a point where, God, I'm trying to remember, like, what else happens. She watches him sleep. They end up having a conversation where he's really uncomfortable, and then she does this really backwards walk, like, uncanny shit. He says he's gonna go out and, like, give her time and space, and she basically threatens to kill herself like a psychopath, which is weird that that actually happens in real life. And it's not Nikki's fault in the movie, because Nikki's obviously possessed, but it's like there are people that do that. It's like every toxic relationship times 5,000 to, like, the worst possible capability it has. Oh, she also snaps out of it while they're making out one time. And then he just, like, doesn't care, which is really weird. He ends up realizing it has to do with the wish. He calls the One Wish Willow hotline, in which the guy goes, you can't undo a wish. And he goes, like, well, can I get another one? And he goes, well, you get one. And so Bear goes, well, what do I do? And the guy goes, well, you could kill yourself. And he's like, what? And he's like, oh, well, the wish only lasts till you die. So then Bear's like, well, I don't want to kill myself. So he, like, just keeps trying to be, he's basically like, Nikki, if you love me, you got to be normal. And she's like, okay. She'll have, like, a bout of being normal and then immediately be weird again. And he ends up going to Ian. Well, Sarah ends up telling him that Ian's been fucking Nikki and didn't tell him. And Sarah's like, I know Nikki's not in love with you because Nikki's been sleeping with Ian. So what the fuck's happening? And Bear's like, well, oh, like, I didn't know that. And he ends up sitting in a car with Sarah. He ends up finding out, like, Sarah likes him and they were going to kiss. And as they're about to kiss, Nikki runs through the windshield, smashes Nikki's head in, kills her, and then wraps around the back. And she's like, well, Bear, you did this. This is your fault. And then they hide the body. So they get rid of a body. They murder someone. They hide the body. Then, bro, you're saying spoilers. The whole movie's a spoiler, dork. The title of the stream is Obsession Spoilers. We're watching a fucking thing about the entire film. I'm going to spoil the whole movie right now, you fucking idiot. How are you still here? Anyways, they hide the body, and then Bear finally has the bright idea of going back to the store and getting another One Wish Willow and trying to get his friend to undo the wish by using their wish. So he goes to Ian, this guy, and he goes, You're not going to believe me. Nikki's possessed. I asked her for to love me more than the world, blah, blah, blah. You need to undo this wish. This is what you need to say. Ian goes, bullshit. I wish for $1 billion. Snaps it. $1 billion falls from the sky. Ian goes, fuck. And Bear goes, fuck. Bear's next bright idea is to buy another One Wish Willow and bring it to Nikki and say, Nikki, wish that you never loved me. Go to a homeless person, give him $20 and go say this and snap the stick. Are you a fucking idiot? I'm going to buy 100 of those One Wish Willows. I'm walking on the side of the road and I'm saying, say this, snap it, and I'll give you $20. And a homeless guy's doing it. You're a jack off. You know, you're a jerk off. You're an idiot, right? Why did he not do that? So he ends up going back to the house, tries to get her to do it. She has a fucking revolver she got somehow. She's covered in blood. And she's like, you're going to shove this revolver up my vagina. And he's like, whoa. Ian comes in the door and goes, dude, it's $1 billion. It's real. Bang! She kills him. So now both of his friends are dead. And she like lays on him crying. And he's like, I'm going to go to the bathroom and freshen up. She tries breaking in. And then Bear has the gun. He is going to shoot himself. Chickens out. Ends up swallowing a bunch of pills. And as he's about to he swallows a bunch of pills so he ODs. And he tries to gag himself to throw him up because he chickens out. But as he chickens out, you hear the One Wish Willow snap. And then he goes, and Nikki wished for him to love her more than anything in the world. So he doesn't throw up the pills. He goes, they make out. They're all demonically in love with each other. And then he ODs, as he would because he took fucking 40 pills. And dies. And right before he, like, fully dies and his heart stops, Nikki has a gun in her mouth and she's about to fucking kill herself and then snaps out of it because he's dead. And then she just screams and the movie ends. Did I miss anything?
He herself is nudging him to
I don't know. Now let's watch an analysis and we'll get more in depth.
ask the question.
Nikki, wait. I was gonna ask you,
What?
I lost my train of thought. What else?
Oh, he's such a loser, man. It's just like, it pisses you. The whole time it pisses you off. You're like, just fucking say something. Oh, just say something.
Hey. But he finds himself unable to ask, cursing himself as Nikki walks away from his car.
The incest poem? Oh, when they were at the party, Nikki pulled a block and then read a really weird poem about, like, if you don't fuck me, I'll cut your dick off and shove it inside me. And then she was like, only a branch from a willow tree could conjure or some shit. Yeah, it was really weird.
And towards her house, he takes out his...
Yeah, in front of everyone, she reads a poem basically being like, you're gonna fuck me tonight. Like...
One Wish Willow, a novelty toy that he bought at an occultic store. And that's when he makes his one wish.
I wish Nikki Freeman loved me more than anyone in the entire world.
Like, why would you say it? Why would you word it like that? Like, if I had that and I had a crush on that girl, I'd be like, I wish me and Nikki were dating. Because then it's like, it's not like you could wish that. You'd be like, oh, I wish I had the confidence to ask her out. Boom. I wish she found me attractive. Like, boom. And then you work off that. Like,
and then he snaps the stick. Well, it's a classic case of be careful what you wish for, because this ritual is devastatingly effective. Or is it? We'll get to that. It seems to possess Nikki's body with a spirit, or a doppelganger, with an insatiable desire to be united to Bear. And the torment that this brings about actually expresses something of the biblical understanding of judgment. You see it in Romans 1. God's judgment on humanity, in our fallenness, in our rejection of him, is to hand us over to our wicked desires. It turns out that getting what we want in our fallen state is hellish. Of course, the Bible doesn't end there. There is a light shining in the midst of that darkness. There is a saviour. In the film, what unfolds is incredibly bleak. It's an out-and-out tragedy, but I think it leaves us with a longing for something more.
I love this. I love this movie. Like, it is it's filmed so well, too. Like, down to the camera angles, man. Like, this scene where Sarah and Bear are talking, and it's not panning, like, if you're the car, it's not panning like this. It's going... So it's catching their perspectives. There's two cameras, and it's like as they talk, it pans, and you just see, like, the window, and you know something's going to happen. Like, I remember I leaned over, and I'm like, one of these motherfuckers is going to die right now. Like, somebody's going to come crash the party.
The Baltic store where Bear purchases the One Wish Willow is called the Green Man. In modern New Age circles, the Green Man has become regarded as a pagan fertility symbol. But actually going further back in time, the Green Man has been a prominent symbol in Christian art and architecture. In the medieval collection of tales, The Legend of the Rood, there is an intriguing story of Seth burying his father Adam, the first human being. According to the story, while Adam was dying, Seth placed 3 seeds under his tongue. These sprouted and grew into a tree nourished by Adam's decaying corpse, and the wood from that tree was used to make the cross on which Jesus, known as the second Adam, was crucified. So the Green Man, however it's appropriated nowadays, is a Christ-haunted symbol. The possibility of curse being lifted, of life coming from death, hangs in the air for much of the movie, and we as an audience, as we continue this blistering descent into darkness, our yearning for resolution alongside the characters grows ever stronger. Anyway.
The best thing that I saw somebody come up wish-wise, like monetarily, isn't wishing for $1 billion. It was somebody saying, I wish for a credit card that has no limit, only I could use it, I can never lose it, and I can buy anything I ever want with it. I could pay anything I want with it. So it's like you basically phrase it to where it's like, I don't have money, but I have the capability to buy anything I want without fucking up the economy. Like, you don't have to manage money. You don't have to do anything. You just have a card that's like associated with your being that you could just buy anything with.
Bear visits this shop, the Green Man store, rather
Isn't that more than one wish? No, not if you word it in the right way.
aimlessly. At first he's looking for some crystals which might help to provide good vibes with Nikki. But then he happens to notice something else, a box of One Wish Willows. And he buys one on a whim. There's this writing on the box. The front says, One Wish Willow, amaze your friends. You only get one wish. And the back says, spark the middle and break in half. Usage, open the package to a magical jingle and a fun pop surprise. Hold the One Wish Willow gently, break it in half and state your wish clearly. Wait up to 24 hours for your wish to come true. Disposal. After granting your wish, the One Wish Willow loses its magical properties. Now that's fascinating. The text implies that you should state your wish before breaking the stick in.
How are you going to pay off a credit card? It has unlimited money. I wish I have a card that has unlimited money. It'd just be like a card that gets you anything for free.
Half. But Bear states his wish and then breaks the stick. It's a subtle detail, and I'm not saying that everything would have panned out okay if Bear had only followed the exact order on the box, but it's notable nonetheless. On the right hand side of the box,
Oh, you break it, then say your wish.
so we can just about see that the company is called Tabby Cat Curiosities. That of course has personal resonance for Bear because the film begins with his cat Sandy dying after getting into a bottle of oxycodone, a highly addictive painkiller. There's even a website listed above the logo, www.tabbycatcuriosities.com. I tried going to the website by the way, but it didn't work. And beneath the logo, the box says, contact us if you have any problems or questions with your One Wish Willow products. Please contact our customer service number at 1-323-747-7118. We're here to help. Shall we see what happens if we actually call that phone number? I haven't tried this.
I feel like it's going to go to nothing.
It's ringing.
Why does he have a flip phone?
Hey, you've reached the One Wish Willow hotline.
No way.
Unfortunately, we're not liable for any unintended things that might have happened to you or your loved ones. That includes property damages, psychological distress, emotional trauma, extreme personality changes, special displays of love, bodily harm, death, or anything resembling possession and stuff like that. It's all there in the fine print, but maybe you didn't read it. Most people don't. If you need further assistance, well, I hope you can find it because there's not much I can really do. Good luck.
Oh my goodness, it works. That is a phenomenal bit of marketing. I imagine it just goes through to
Yeah, and very few people catch that, dude. Like, even in a movie theater, it's hard to read that specific number.
the answer phone every time you call it. But still, on the subject
I'm not calling it.
to the phone number, I might be wrong about this. I need to check when the film comes out on streaming. But when Bear rings the helpline, I'm almost certain that he dials a different number to the one that's on the back of the box. If I remember rightly, he actually dials something like 10234567. I might be wrong about that, but I was watching the cinema screen quite carefully, and
I'm not calling it.
That's what my brain took in. If it turns out to be wrong, obviously disregard this section of the video, but if I'm right, that would be another intriguing departure from what's written on the box, contributing to this sense that we as an audience can't be entirely sure of what we're seeing. The box is naive and playful in its packaging. The reality is much worse. On the subject of consecutive numbers, it's notable that when Bear wakes up in the middle of the night, and Nikki starts acting really creepily, the time he wakes up is 3:45 a.m. Many have noticed...
Isn't that like the ghost hour, or like when everything becomes like... Don't they always say, I don't know if it's like folklore or movies or what, but people always say like the waking hour for ghosts is like between 3 and 4 in the morning.
That this time might be a reference to the witching hour.
Yeah.
Some Christian traditions have regarded 3 a.m. as the devil's hour because it's an inversion of 3 p.m., which is traditionally believed to be the time that Christ died on the cross. So the film might be picking up on some of those things. On this channel, I discuss film from a theological perspective because I genuinely believe that the Bible describes reality and helps to unveil layers of meaning in these movies, whether that's intentional on the part of the filmmakers or not. I often get comments saying things like, "I'm not a Christian."
What is this? Is this an ad?
It's not made explicit, but I think there are multiple signs that Nikki is demonically possessed in this movie. Whatever it is, it functions in that manner. Immediately after Bear makes...
I don't know. Like, initially, I didn't think she was demonically... Okay, no, I did. Because very soon into him making the wish, or very soon after him making the wish, she has, like, multiple moments where she snaps out, screams, freaks out, and then snaps back in. So it's like, even if it's not a demon possessing her, there's clearly something that's like skewing her capability to individually want these things to happen. Like, she's not under control of her love for him, right? Which I don't think he wanted when he asked that, but it's like, dude.
The wish, Nikki starts acting very strangely. Her obsession with Bear quickly becomes otherworldly. She moves in with him, she makes a bizarre indoor memorial for his dead cat, she watches him sleep, she gaffer tapes his front door to make it hard.
That shit was crazy. Dude, that's like 9 fucking rolls of tape. When they turned and I saw that, that's when the woman next to me, I said this, I didn't spoil it at the time, but after I watched the movie, I came back on stream, bro, the woman next to me went, "Oh, fuck no," out loud. And I died laughing. It was like the funniest side commentary. Like, you just sitting there, just a random person, just hearing their reaction to that.
His front door to make it harder for him to leave. And when he prizes that door open, she just stands there waiting for him to return.
Oh my God, she poops. Oh my God, it was disgusting. Like feces on the ground, pissing, shitting all over herself.
So creepy, that building sense of dread as Bear does his day of work, and then how will he find her when he returns home? Will she have changed even more? While he's at work, he opens the packed lunch that Nikki has made for him, and inside are 2 Polaroid photos. The top one is a photo of Bear with...
Oh my God, and the other one, dude, it's just him sleeping, and she's like fucking taking a picture of it.
a heart and the caption, "You." The second photo depicts both of them lying next to each other, and the caption chillingly says, "Not me." And that's a sign that the real Nikki is trying to signal to Bear. The Nikki who is obsessing over him is not the real Nikki. The real Nikki is trapped somewhere within. The sandwiches.
I think the biggest turning point that fully fully submitted Bear as like a horrible person is when she was like, kill me in her sleep, and then he just didn't do anything. Like, I'm not saying he needed to kill himself. I'm not saying he needed to kill her, but he just kept trying to band-aid it, where he was like, oh, you know, you just have to be normal. It's like, bro, clearly she's possessed. Like, I don't think I would have killed myself, but I think I immediately, after she fucking pissed and shit all over the ground and put a sigil of the cat, I immediately would have gone to the store and started asking people to make the wish to reverse it. Like, I would have tried to, like, stop then.
In the lunchbox are filled with the meat of Bear's deceased cat.
He did say, what's so bad about being with me? Yeah.
Grim. Is that the sort of thing that a person who genuinely loves Bear would do? No. It's bizarre. It's disturbing. It's a form of torment. I think throughout this film we are seeing a demon's torment.
Bro, and the shittiest part is when you think, like, the movie ends and you're like, oh, fuck, Nikki snapped back into it. Bro, Nikki now is going to go to jail for the rest of her life because nobody's going to believe that the One Wish Willow is real. And she already used her One Wish Willow, so she can't get out of this, right? She can't go to the store, buy One Wish Willow, and get out. She's going to be charged with triple homicide. She's going to be charged with killing 3 people. Like...
It's masquerading as being in love with Bear. The demon can keep up the act to some degree, but the mask slips quite catastrophically in a lot of places.
Does your dad really have cancer?
No. 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 No.
What?
No. 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 Don't do that.
Bear is beginning to panic, so he...
Yo, that scene was fun. Yeah, I don't think that's my favorite scene, but that's like, oh my God, in the middle of the restaurant, everybody turning. Holy shit, the pure panic you would have.
He calls the helpline on...
Because it's not like scary, it's like, oh my God, this is like the worst thing you could do at a restaurant.
On the back of the box. And like the staff that we encounter at the Green Man's store...
Just like a child meltdown.
The person on the other end of the line is worryingly laid back. He sounds bored.
What's up? I was calling to see if there's a way I can alter a wish.
Like to cancel your wish?
No. It's okay to keep the... I just want to know if I can...
Ah, see, right there! Right there! Right there, bro! Yes. What? He got that, bro. You ask for a girl to fall in love with you, she stands in place for 9 hours, duct tapes your door shut, and poops all over herself. And you're like, nah, I could fix this. Oh. Whoa.
Like, alter it a little.
I'm sorry, we don't really do that.
No?
If you have any questions about how the wish...
Why would you not cancel it? Well, he can't cancel it. I'm saying he just didn't say... Like, he should have said, yeah, I want to cancel it. Either way, later on in the conversation, he goes, well, the only way you solve this is if you kill yourself.
Works, if you read the back of the box.
Is it even real?
Yeah, it's real.
No, I know that is her love real?
Oh my God, and he goes, do you want to talk to her? Oh my God, I forgot about that. He goes, do you want to talk to her? And he puts her on the phone. Well, he doesn't put her on the phone. He just like lets him hear what's happening inside the house. And inside the house, she's just screaming for like 8 hours straight. Screaming.
Just because you chose this for her doesn't make it less real.
Oh, that is a chilling line, isn't it? And Bear will come to see that it's a lie. The obsessive love for him that is being expressed through Nikki's body is not genuine, it's demonic. And therefore it's not love, it's a fleshly, all-consuming addiction. That's what Bear has unleashed. It's also on this phone call that Bear learns how he can break the curse.
So she's just stuck like this forever?
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as you live.
As long as I live?
And then something even more disturbing happens. The man on the other end of the line offers Bear an opportunity to speak to Nikki. We hear her anguished screams over the phone line. Is that the real Nikki?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. I was thinking that when he put Nikki on the phone, it was just actual Nikki's like body talking. I didn't think it was like, oh, her trapped in her own brain. It's real Nikki.
The one who has been imprisoned and suppressed by Bear's wish. Perhaps. At Ian's house party, Nikki silences everyone through a dark, incestuous retelling of Hansel and Gretel. So it's really weird. It's about Gretel seducing Hansel, basically. Again, it's so carnal. It's pure, self-centered obsession, not self-giving love. And it ends with Gretel saying, "Hansel is my soul, a love that only the branch of a willow tree could conjure."
A love only the branch of a willow tree could conjure.
And that line is
Yo, and after all, that's what I also can't believe. Like, the friends saw Nikki have that meltdown, stab herself in the eye with a glass bottle, and then, like, next day, they were just like, yeah, that was weird. I feel like if I was friends with Nikki and Bear, I'd be like, yo, dude, you got to put her in, like, a 5150 hold. Like, like, she needs to be in, like, a padded room, man. Like, this is not normal. Like, what the fuck?
delivered knowingly
But he doesn't. They just go back to work and they're like, I want to talk to you. Nikki's not for you. Nikki's not sane.
to Bear.
What?
I think the demon knows
I'd be
it.
like, bro, she just stabbed herself in the eye. What's a 5150 hold? Where you're basically forced to, like, be in a hospital because you're a threat to yourself.
Exactly what's going on. It's tormenting the real Nikki, suppressing her, and it's also tormenting Bear. The party ends with Nikki stabbing herself in the face with a broken bottle. Is that the real Nikki, piercing through, desperate for her torment to end? Probably, because later that night, when Bear gets out of bed, Nikki is asleep, and in that state, we seem to get another moment of the real Nikki piercing through. She begs Bear to take her life, to release her from this torment. And this moment reminds me a bit of The Exorcist. When the young possessed girl Regan is asleep, the priests find the words "help me" engraved onto her belly. That sense of the real Regan who has been suppressed by the demon, piercing through, crying out for help. And a key dimension of the film is that the protagonist, Bear, is actually a really horrible character. He says to the real Nikki something like, "It's not so bad being with me, is it?" And then he leaves the room. Part of him wants to keep this going. He doesn't love the obsessive version of Nikki. He's scared of that, obviously. But equally, he doesn't want to listen to the real Nikki. What he really wants is someone in between, which again would be a figment of his imagination, a fantasy. The car scene is truly shocking. Bear and Sarah share a genuine moment of connection. She's this figure who has quietly loved him all this time, and Bear starts to recognize that and possibly even reciprocate it.
Yeah, and that really, like, annoys me. It, like, really annoys me because I'm like, bro, if he didn't do the One Wish Willow shit and then went to work for, like, a week, Sarah probably still would have confessed her attraction to Bear and they would have been dating. Like, and everything would have been fine. Like, everything would have been fine. He would have moved on and he would have gone, Nikki's not for me. You know?
But at that moment, the possessed Nikki arrives to smash Sarah's head with a brick. It's deeply
Oh, it was with a brick? I thought she just smashed her head into a steering wheel like 15 times.
traumatic to watch. But when he gets home, things are truly out of control. The house has been turned into this horrifying shrine. Sarah's corpse has been placed on a chair, and all her clothes have been removed.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Holy shit. Holy shit, I forgot about that. Oh my God, yeah, she stripped her naked, and then she's like just like a mangled corpse, just like butt naked in a fucking chair.
Nikki is now wearing them. That sense of
She wore her hair.
trying to steal the love for Sarah that Bear might have had and claim it for herself. This brings us to the ending. Bear locks himself in the bathroom. He tries to kill himself with a gun, but finds himself unable to do it. So he then reaches for the oxycodone pills, the ones that killed his cat. Is this a redemptive, heroic final act? Is he choosing to sacrifice his life in order to set Nikki free? Well, it seems to me, the way it's framed...
But it's like too little too late, you know? Like, they've already killed two people, and now he's like, okay, I'm just going to kill myself. I don't think he was killing himself to help her. I think it was like, I have no other option. Like, this is the only thing I can do. I don't think he was doing it for her. I think it was like, oh shit, well, my life's fucked now.
is that it's actually a total last resort and it's more about setting himself free. Nikki being set free is a kind of byproduct for him at this point. And one of the reasons I think that is because he does eat the pills, but then he seems to change his mind. He tries to make himself vomit. But before he can, Nikki finds the One Wish Willow and makes a wish, presumably.
And it makes a little sound. It goes like,
That Bear would be as obsessed with her as she is with him. And he emerges from the bathroom. They kiss, but then she realizes that Bear is dying in her arms from the overdose. The possessed Nikki is devastated. Why? Well, I suppose it's kind of obvious she's still living under Bear's wish, and therefore she's still infatuated with him, obsessed with him, devastated to see him dying. But if she is in fact demonically possessed, as I've interpreted throughout this video, I don't think the demon is in love with Bear, and that's why it's sad. I think it's sad because it realizes that it can no longer torment Bear. Now,
it may also know that it will be expelled from Nikki's body once Bear dies. It'll no longer be able to torment her either. I don't know, because it was, yeah. I don't know. I don't want to say it doesn't feel like a demon, because part of me just feels like it's like a brain worm that's like attached to like Nikki's consciousness that like forces her to feel these weird bouts of like love and obsession. And then when she snaps out of it, it is her and she doesn't have that like attachment. But then it's also just like, well, what's making her do this weird shit? Like, because even if you were obsessively in love with someone, you wouldn't be like cooking their cat and feeding it to them, you know? Like, that's not obsession. That's just, like, demonic. Like, what is that?
That he's dying.
Like, that side of it makes you think that there is, like, a demon involved, because it's like, if she was just obsessively in love with him, she wouldn't do that.
So anyway, Bear dies in Nikki's arms, and the possessed Nikki...
Like, I could see obsessed Nikki killing women that are obsessed with Bear, like Sarah, or not obsessed, but in love with Bear. Like, that doesn't confuse me as much as, like, why are you giving, like, you, like, there's no world where, like, somebody that loves Bear that much, even more than anything, would be like, okay, he's going to want to eat his cat.
He prepares to
it's, like, psychotic.
Take her own life as a result. It's like a perverse retelling of the end of Romeo and Juliet. But at that moment, the curse is lifted. Bear's death ends the effect of his wish. And then...
You know that's not how they originally wanted to end it? There was like a few things. I heard, number one, that the movie was supposed to have more gore and they had I don't know if this is true. But I heard this. The other two things I'm going to say are true. I heard that the movie originally was supposed to have more gore, but it was going to be rated NC-17, which means that it's like worse than rated R, and then people wouldn't be able to watch it as much, so they had to remove stuff. I heard that the original ending was not supposed to be her surviving. It was supposed to be her killing herself. And they only did one take. The ending is one take. Like, they only filmed that ending once, but they liked it that much that they did it instead. And then what was the other thing? There was something else. I might remember.
The real Nikki finally comes to. So there's a hint of deliverance there. Nikki is released from the curse. But it's definitely not a happy ending. She returns to her body and her life, only to find it in total ruins. Sarah, Ian, and Bear are all dead. This friendship group, utterly ruined by this careless wish. So to return to the title of this video, what is the real horror of obsession? Well, to me it resides in a simple question. Did Bear get his wish?
Well, I think the horror, like the fear factor of the movie, is that it's not... I think any movie where the horror resides in something that is human but off is always more scary. Like, the uncanny is always more unscary, or more scary than something that's like a monster, right? Like a demon or a being that's like haunting you, like the boogeyman, is not nearly as scary as something that's like Nikki, where she's snapping in and out of being like human, and the scene where she's just like uncannily staring at him at night in the corner of the room's terrifying. Where she fucking snaps in and out of it, and she's walking backwards and like poetically talking about how she's gonna kill herself and her blood's gonna go cold if fucking Bear leaves. Like that stuff, it's like it's taking like real world relationship obsession and then amplifying it to a level that's like uncannily scary, so it feels more fearful than something that's too outlandish that it's like, okay, this is, you know, it's fucking Edward Scissorhands, you know, it's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like,
sense, yes, his wish was very clear, that Nikki would love him more than anyone.
It's realistic. Well, I don't want to say realistic, because like One Wish World doesn't exist, but like the stuff that she does, someone could do. You know, like all of the things that she does, somebody could act like that.
Anyone else in the whole wide world.
I wish Nikki Freeman loved me more than anyone in the entire world.
Bear, I love you so much. I don't think I could live without you.
You love me more than anyone in the world?
Yes, more than anyone.
He gets what he wants, and he doesn't like it. But then you could argue that Bear doesn't actually get his wish. Because if, and I think it's a big if what he truly wants is a mutual, meaningful connection with Nikki, that's not what he gets. The possessed Nikki is a counterfeit, a distortion, robbing her.
No, she doesn't love anything about, like, she loves him, but there's no reason, right? Like, if you love somebody, you could be like, I love them because of this, and I've built this love over time. It's just like, it's not love, it's obsession. That's why it's the name of the movie.
Of agency.
Yeah, it's emptiness. Glock, thank you for the sub. Naughty of the 3. I don't think she had a demon. I took all the weird stuff as she loves him more than anything, including societal status, cooking the cat. It's food for him to eat it. The cat holds a deep meaning to him. Basically, I thought she had forgotten what right and wrong was, because for anything for them, it's seen as right if it makes sense. 8 and Glock for the sub. I don't know. MK, thank you for the 5. Watch a breakdown of the video after this. Doesn't really go into the amazing details. WT and Azure for the sub. Solus for the sub. Atticus for the 1,000 biddies. Hope you have an amazing day. Mason and Monk, thank you for the sub. Ray for the sub. Rare, thank you for the 3. Starting senior, wanted advice on stepping out of my comfort zone, enjoying life to the fullest, becoming distant from the people I was once close with. All of my family loves watching you. Have you no idea how many lives you've made better? Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, but advice-wise on how to step out of your comfort zone, you just kind of have to do it. You know, I can't really give you advice on that. You know, pick things that you want to achieve and then just slowly introduce yourself to them. Archie for the sub. Truett, thank you for the 5K. Biddy says, how's your day been? Can you see how long I've been following for? You can do that, exclamation point followage. I'm thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 3. I have a final exam in 7 hours. Could you wish me luck? Good luck. Rock, thank you for the sub. Chance and Still, thank you for the sub. Drax, thank you for the raid. Des for the sub. Go for the sub. Goon for the 3. Elian and Dor for the sub. I show, thank you for the 3. You're my favorite streamer. I appreciate that. Lynn, thank you for the 3. Wonder if Bear like stopped his heart and got resuscitated after. Would it help him? That's like a Final Destination thing. 9 talking for the sub. Like Final Destination, it's like, oh, your heart stops and then you get saved. Cheese, Azzy, and Rob, thank you for the sub. Rory, Bailey, Cree, Bailey for the sub. Milk, thank you for the 3. Chili, thank you for the sub. Hold up. Hold up. Okay. Lock in. Big and Chili, thank you for the sub. Bandit and 8, thank you for the sub.
So the wish comes true from a fleshly perspective. It produces this carnal obsession, the inevitable outworking of a selfish desire that doesn't truly value the other. But the wish doesn't come true from a spiritual perspective. It doesn't satisfy Bear's ultimate thirst for meaning and intimacy, even if he thought and wished that it would. I think this movie has a lot to say about how devastating our modern inability to define love can be. We often deify that notion of finding the ideal romantic partner, the one, where we believe that other people can satisfy our ultimate longings. That has 2 problems. The first is that we can end up loving someone selfishly and instrumentally You know, not for their sake, but for what we can get out of them. That's one problem. The second problem is that it places a burden on relationships that they were never designed to carry. If I make another human being into my God, they will disappoint me, and it's very unfair on them. According to Christianity, we can only know what love actually is when we look at God. He's this eternal, loving union of Father, Son, and Spirit. And his love is most clearly revealed when it is poured out in self-sacrifice for us on the cross. True love is self-sacrificial, not self-serving, and that should then flow into our relationships with others. Christians call one another brothers and sisters in Christ. He is the basis for our love, and we are called to invite others into that love. And many Christians get married, but again, that's founded on self-sacrifice rather than selfishness, because in Christianity, marriage is this metaphor for the cosmic union.
I just don't see how this has to do with the movie, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm not disagreeing with what he's saying. I myself am, you know, not religious, but it's just like, I don't think this was thought of when the movie was written.
Between Christ and his bride, the church. I don't know what you make of all that, but I'm sure we can all agree that obsession is an absolutely devastating portrayal of a relationship. And I wish I could say to both Nikki and Bear that they are made for so much more than this, that there is a much greater love. And if Bear knew...
I like I like how he's intertwining it, but it's just like, I don't think that was what the meaning of it was.
That love, he would not have wished for Nikki to be compelled into loving him, because loving her would actually look like honouring her and laying down his life for her. This film really rattled me. I watched it with my friends Ethan and Sonny at the cinema, and we discussed the film at length afterwards.
It was one of the only movies where I left and I thought about it for hours after in years. Like, I remember leaving that movie and I wanted to talk about it to people for like hours. Like, normally I leave a movie, talk about it for 10 minutes, and then I just move on, do something else.
A lot of those thoughts actually made it into this video, so thanks so much, guys. Shout out to you. And here's the letterboxd review I wrote of the movie.
One of the most terrifying films I've ever seen. I want to recommend it. Don't at the same time. It's a phenomenal feat of horror filmmaking. Just people, it's genuinely disturbing. Yeah, I would say that, like, if you're not a fan of, like, scary or horror films, this is, like, probably one of the worst movies you could ever see.
That night. 5 stars. One of the most terrifying films I've ever seen. I want to recommend it.
Yeah, I already read it. All right. Well, that was a fucking good video, dude. I also just love that movie. I'm glad I was able to talk about it. Puppy, Hilly, Jordy, and Rip, thank you for the sub. Max and Big, thank you for the sub as well. But yeah, chat, I know a bit of a shorter stream, but we're going to call that there today. W fucking React Day. I will be live tomorrow at 2 EST. We're going to be continuing 007, maybe playing it the entire stream. I'm kind of unsure. We might be doing a wiki speed run at some point. I don't know. Tuesday, we're going to be ideally finishing 007. Maybe Marvel Rivals as well. Wednesday, Psalm 2 into the new Fears to Fathom game with Sneeg. Thursday, reacts for like maybe an hour or 2 hours probably into like Berglund Gnomes, Becca Chameleon, other Friend Slop games that are dropping this week. Friday's going to be probably 3 hours reacts, like 2 hours of Marvel Rivals. Saturday, Sunday, 13th, 14th, I'm not live. Then we have Random Game Day next Monday. Next Tuesday, Yugi collab. Next Wednesday, Shift at Midnight drops. We've got a bunch of other stuff coming up. Gross Shot review. Bunch of shit in general. A lot of new games coming out. A lot of new stuff to do. Next charity stream's probably going to be the 26th of June, but I'm not 100% certain on that. Denali and Curtis, thank you for the sub. Poppy and Max are for the sub. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. I hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time streaming. Thank you to everybody that followed, sub, donated, etc. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, video / game / tab. I already posted on the main in the gaming, so go watch that as well. But outside of that, chat, who do we want to raid?
No, I was.
We could raid JoJo. He's doing the fucking the Sand Raiders game. I don't know if he started it yet. It looks like he has, or he's at least launching it right now. We'll see. Denali for the sub, Curtis for the sub. But yeah, go watch the YouTube videos, and I will see you guys tomorrow at like 2 EST, maybe 2:30, but probably around 2. If I'm live early, I'm live early. If I'm live a little late, I'm live a little late. But it'll be around 2 for sure. But yeah, appreciate y'all, and I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.